This kid got his organs ripped out. His mom called him a monster, and he said, fine. Grew 4 blood-red tentacles out of his spine, walked into a villain's safe house, and ate every single one of them. Izuku Midoriya became what they pray doesn't find them, and married one of the baddest B in the series.
Welcome, legends, to Chronos Recom. I wrote this story myself, so if you have any suggestions or what-ifs you want to see, drop it in the comments below. Also, just wanted to let you know I've got a Patreon set up now for anyone who wants to support the channel directly. You can get early access to stories, submit direct fan requests, and get exclusive content. It's totally optional, but if you want to help keep these stories coming, check it out. Links in the description. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and hit that bell so you never miss an upload. Let's dive into this story.
11 men, 1 basement, reinforced concrete walls, triple-locked steel doors. Every man inside carrying a quirk and at least 1 weapon that could punch through body armor. The air smelled like cigarette smoke and old sweat, and the fluorescent lights hummed the way they always did in places people weren't supposed to find. This was the 3rd safe house the Redjaw Syndicate had burned through in 6 months. The first 2 got raided by heroes. This one sat 40 feet below a shuttered meatpacking plant on the eastern edge of Musutafu, and the only entrance was a freight elevator with a keypad lock and a reinforced steel hatch bolted from the inside. Every wall had been poured with rebar-laced concrete thick enough to stop a wrecking ball. The doors were custom fitted. The ventilation shafts were welded shut. These men felt safe an hour ago. They did not feel safe now. The lights went out at 11:47 p.m. The first sound was a metallic groan from the ceiling, like something heavy was pressing down on 4 inches of steel-reinforced concrete. Then the groan became a crack. Then the crack became a hole. Something dropped through. It landed in the center of the room with the wet sound of boots hitting concrete in something warm and pooling. 2 men were already on the floor before anyone understood what had happened. One had his throat opened in a line so clean it looked painted. The other was folded backward over a table at an angle the human spine was never built for. Voices erupted. Quirks fired. A man named Goda, Hardlight Quirk, could throw compressed beams from his palms, lit up the room with a barrage of golden streaks. They punched into the far wall and left glowing craters in the concrete. They hit nothing else. A man named Sarazawa threw his hands forward, and the air between his fingers crystallized into razor-edged glass shards. They sprayed the room in a wide arc, glinting like teeth in the strobing light of Goda's blasts. The shards buried themselves in walls, in furniture, in the body of another syndicate member who had been standing in the wrong place. They never touched the thing they were aimed at. Someone found a flashlight. His name was Igarashi. He was 43, a mid-tier enforcer with a quirk that turned his skin into iron plating. His hands were shaking when he clicked the beam on and swept it across the room. White hair. That was the first thing. Short and wild and the color of ash, catching the flashlight beam like a flare. Then the eye, the left one. Black where it should have been white, with an iris burning red, a coal sitting in a bed of ink, alive and ancient and looking straight at him. The right eye was green, flat, far away, like it belonged to someone who had already left the room a long time ago and forgot to take his body with him. He was crouching. That was the worst part. He was crouching on top of Minagishi, 300-pound Minagishi, the one with the bone density quirk, the one they joked could survive a building collapse, crouching on his chest like a gargoyle. 4 blood-red tentacles drifted from his lower back, each one scaled and ridged and longer than he was tall. They moved like they were breathing. They moved like they had opinions. There was a zipper-mouthed mask, black leather, heavy stitching, a metal zipper running across where the mouth should be, and it hung loose around his neck like he had pulled it down, like he wanted them to see his face. He was eating. Igarashi's flashlight beam locked onto the scene and refused to move. The boy, because he was a boy, 16 at most, maybe 17, had a strip of something red and wet hanging from his teeth. His jaw worked once, twice. He swallowed. Then he looked up. The flashlight beam hit his face full on. He didn't flinch. His left eye burned hotter for a half-second, the red flaring like a stoked ember. His lips were stained. His expression was the kind of empty that comes after everything has already been decided. He tilted his head. The 9 remaining men stared at the thing in the center of their safe house. Goda's palms were glowing. Serizawa had fresh shards forming between his fingers. A man at the back, Murakami, electric discharge quirk, had both hands crackling with blue arcs. Everyone was armed. Everyone was ready. It meant nothing. The white-haired boy looked at the 9 men the way a person looks at a math problem they solved yesterday. Then he raised his right hand, pressed his thumb against the knuckle of his index finger. Crack! The sound was louder than it should have been. It bounced off the concrete walls and filled the room the way a gunshot would. Then he moved. Goda fired first. Twin beams of compressed light screamed across the room. The boy's body shifted 3 inches to the left, just 3, and both beams sailed past his ribs, close enough to singe the fabric of his shirt. Before Goda could adjust his aim, a tentacle punched through his sternum from 15 feet away. It entered his chest and exited his back with a sound like a branch breaking in frozen wood. Goda's hard light died. The room went dim again. Serizawa screamed and hurled every shard he had. Hundreds of glass razors filled the air in a wall of glinting death. 2 of the 4 tentacles swept forward like a curtain and batted the shards aside in a single motion, a spray of glass fragments peppering the walls, the ceiling, everything except the boy. The 3rd tentacle caught Serizawa by the face. It squeezed once. The screaming stopped. Murakami unloaded. Blue lightning tore from his hands in arcing streams that lit the room white. The electricity hit the boy dead center and crawled across his body like living wire. His muscles seized for a quarter second. His jaw tightened. Then the kakugan in his left eye pulsed, and the lightning bled off his skin like water off heated metal. His regeneration ate the nerve damage faster than Murakami's voltage could inflict it. Murakami saw this. He understood what it meant. He tried to run. He got 4 steps. 1 tentacle hooked his ankle, and the man hit the concrete face first, teeth scattering. The tentacle dragged him backward across the floor, through the growing puddles, past the bodies of the men he had been drinking with 2 hours ago. It deposited him in a heap at the boy's feet. A man with a stone-skin quirk rushed from the left, both fists raised, his body turning gray and dense as granite. The boy's head turned. A single tentacle drove into the stone man's shoulder at the joint where his quirk's coverage was thinnest. The stone skin cracked. The man went down, clutching the gap in his own armor, screaming in a voice that said he had never been hurt before and didn't know what to do with it. Igarashi, still holding the flashlight, still iron-skinned and rooted to the floor, watched 3 more men die in the space of 7 seconds. 1 tentacle through the wall behind a man trying to use a teleportation quirk, catching him mid-vanish and pulling him back into the room, half-materialized. 1 wrapping around the midsection of an enhancer type who thought his reinforced body would hold. It held for 1 full second before it didn't. 1 moving so fast, Igarashi's eyes couldn't track it, connecting with the jaw and sending a body into the concrete hard enough to leave an impression. 6 men down, then 7. Then 8. The white-haired boy stood in the center of the room with his 4 tentacles swaying around him like a bloody halo. His breathing was steady. His expression hadn't changed once. 2 men left, Igarashi and Murakami. Murakami was on the floor, crawling toward the door on shaking arms, his hands still sparking weakly. The boy watched him crawl. He let him reach the door. Murakami's fingers found the handle. He pulled. The triple lock held. His hands sparked against the steel, trying to short the mechanism. It didn't work. He slammed his fists against the door. He screamed for someone to open it. A tentacle caught his ankle again. The drag back was slow this time. Deliberate. Murakami clawed at the concrete floor, fingernails cracking, leaving red streaks on gray stone. When the tentacle deposited him back at the boy's feet for the second time, Murakami had the face of a man who understood that doors don't matter when the monster is already inside. The boy crouched in front of him. The kakugan burned. The tentacles stilled. The only sound in the room was Murakami's ragged breathing and the slow drip from the ceiling. What the hell are you?" Murakami whispered. His voice was ruined. "Who sent you? Are you a hero? Are you..." The boy stared at him, those mismatched eyes, one a burning hell, the other a green void, studied Murakami the way someone reads a sentence they've already memorized, then, almost gently, almost like he was talking to a child. What's 1,000 minus 7? Murakami's face twisted. What? 993. A tentacle moved. 986. Murakami stopped asking questions. He stopped doing everything. Igarashi dropped the flashlight. It clattered and rolled, the beam spinning wild circles across the walls and ceiling and the things on the floor. Igarashi's iron skin was active, every inch of him coated in living metal, and his legs wouldn't move. He was the last man standing in a room full of the dead and the dying, and the white-haired boy was looking at him with his head tilted to one side. "You have a family," the boy said. It wasn't a question. Igarashi's throat made a sound. Something that might have been a yes. Go home to them. Igarashi ran. The boy's tentacle punched through the triple-locked door like it was drywall, tearing it off its hinges. Igarashi stumbled through the opening and sprinted for the elevator without looking back. He didn't stop running until he was 3 blocks away. Iron skin fading, standing in the rain under a streetlight, throwing up everything in his stomach. Behind him, 40 feet below the surface, Izuku Midoriya finished his meal alone. The Kakugan dimmed. The tentacles retracted into his back one by one, the scales folding down into his skin until there was nothing left but faint red lines along his spine. He stood up slowly. He pulled the zipper mask back over his mouth. He looked at the room, the damage, the silence, the absence where 11 voices had been. His right hand found his left arm. He gripped it hard enough to leave bruises that would heal in minutes. 979, he whispered to an empty room. He left through the ceiling. The hole in the concrete was just wide enough for him to slip through. He pulled himself up through the abandoned meatpacking plant and out through a loading dock door that had been rusted shut since before he was born. The night air hit him, and he stood in the drizzle for a line streaking through white hair, the red glow in his left eye fading until it was just green again. Just a boy standing in the rain. Just a boy. He was not always this. 3 years ago, he had a mother, a bedroom, and a notebook full of heroes. 3 years ago, the worst thing in his life was a word, Quirkless, and the fists that came with it. 3 years ago, Izuku Midoriya still believed that someone, somewhere, would tell him he could be what he dreamed of being. This is what happened instead. The sludge villain found him on a Thursday. Izuku was 14. He was walking home from school through the underpass near the train station, the one with the busted overhead lights and the drainage grate that always smelled like something rotting. He had a fresh bruise on his shoulder from where Katsuki Bakugo had shoved him into a locker frame. He had his hero analysis notebook tucked under his arm, the one with the burnt cover where Bakugo had ignited it 2 hours earlier. He had fished it out of the koi pond behind the school building, dried it against his shirt, and kept walking. He always kept walking. That was the thing about Izuku Midoriya at 14. He took everything the world threw at him and just kept walking. Because somewhere in his chest there was a stubborn, stupid flame that said maybe tomorrow will be different. Tomorrow was going to be different. Just in a way the flame never intended. The grate behind him burst open. The sludge came fast, a green-brown mass of living sewage that filled the underpass from wall to wall. It had eyes, it had a mouth, it had the desperate animal intelligence of a cornered predator looking for a host body to hide inside. It found Izuku's. The sludge entered through his mouth. It went down his throat like liquid concrete, filling his lungs, pressing against his organs with a pressure that made his ribs flex inward. He couldn't scream. He couldn't breathe. The world went blurry at the edges, and he was 14 years old and dying in a drainage tunnel. And the last thought he had before the blackness took him was, I never got to be anything. In the canon, in the story the world was supposed to tell, All Might landed in that underpass 6 seconds later. He threw a punch that blew the sludge out of the boy's body and cleared the tunnel. He saved him. He gave him hope. He changed everything. In this story, All Might was 11 blocks away, managing a collateral damage report from a fight that had run long. His phone buzzed with a distress ping from the area. He started running. He arrived 4 minutes too late. The paramedics found Izuku crumpled against the tunnel wall, the sludge villain gone, fled through the drainage system after the host body stopped being useful. The boy's lungs were filled with fluid. 3 ribs had cracked inward from the internal pressure. His stomach lining was ruptured. His kidneys were failing. His heart stopped twice in the ambulance. He should have died on that stretcher. By every measure of medicine and probability, Izuku Midoriya's story should have ended in a drainage tunnel under Musatafu at 4:47 p.m. on an unremarkable afternoon in April. It didn't, because someone was watching. Dr. Kyudai Garaki had been watching for a long time. He operated below the surface of Hero Society, a black market surgeon, a researcher, a man who had been expelled from every legitimate institution that had ever employed him. His lab sat underneath a legitimate clinic in the warehouse district, behind 3 unmarked doors and a biometric lock that read fingerprints and retinal patterns simultaneously. He dealt in flesh. He dealt in quirk factor manipulation. He dealt in the kind of science that hero commissions pretended didn't exist, because acknowledging it would crack the foundation everything was built on. Garaki's network had flagged Izuku before the ambulance doors closed. A quirkless boy, confirmed quirkless through registered testing at age 4, with 0 hero affiliation, 0 family connections worth protecting, and a body so destroyed that the hospital would declare him brain dead within the hour. Meaningless to anyone, a name on a form that would be filed and forgotten. To Garaki, he was perfect. A villain had died that same night. Not a street-level thug, something deeper. A man whose blood carried properties that fell outside every classification in the quirk registry. His organs were intact, his body was available. And Garaki had been looking for a compatible host for 6 months. The transplant happened at 3:12 a.m. in a basement that smelled like formaldehyde and burnt copper. Garaki removed what was left of Izuku's ruptured organs and replaced them with tissue from the dead villain. Kidney, liver, a length of intestinal lining that carried something in its cellular structure Garaki had never seen duplicated. It was an experiment. Garaki expected the boy's body to reject the foreign tissue within hours. He prepped a body bag. Izuku's body accepted the transplant inside 40 minutes. Garaki recorded this with the mild fascination of a man watching an equation balance itself against all reasonable expectation. He cleaned his tools. He arranged for the boy to resurface in a public hospital with enough paperwork to cover the gaps. Then he went back to his other projects and waited to see what would happen. What happened took 3 weeks. Izuku woke up in a hospital bed that smelled like bleach and artificial flowers. His mother was there. Inko Midoriya, small, soft, with green hair just like his, and eyes that had been crying so long the skin around them was raw, was holding his hand. She had been holding it for 9 days. She told him everything would be fine. She told him the doctors said he was recovering beautifully. She told him she loved him. She loved him. She loved him. Until the words became a kind of music that filled the room and made the fluorescent lights feel warm. Izuku believed her. He came home. He climbed into his bed in his small room with the All Might posters on the walls and the hero figures on the shelf and the burned notebook drying on the windowsill, and he thought, I survived. I get to try again. Then the hunger came. It started small. His first meal home was katsudon, his favorite, the one his mother always made when things were bad. He took 1 bite and his tongue went dead. The flavor was gone. What replaced it was something like chewing wet cardboard soaked in rust. He swallowed hard and smiled and told his mother it was delicious, because the look on her face said she needed to hear it. He ate half the bowl. He threw it all up 20 minutes later, hunched over the toilet with his stomach clenching so hard his vision whited out. He told himself it was recovery. His body was healing. Give it time. The next meal was rice and miso soup. Same result. The meal after that was bread and butter. Same. Every single thing he put in his mouth tasted like rot and came back up within the hour. And the hunger in his stomach didn't diminish. It grew. It deepened. It stopped feeling like hunger and started feeling like a hole in the center of his body that was eating him from the inside out. He drank water until he was sick from that too. He tried protein shakes, broths, plain crackers. His body rejected all of it with a violence that left him trembling on the bathroom floor at 2 a.m. cheek pressed against cold tile, his stomach screaming for something his brain refused to name. 3 weeks. For 3 weeks, Izuku Midoriya lied to himself. He told himself it was temporary. He told himself his body was adjusting. He told himself the dreams, the ones where he was running through a red forest with something chasing him that had his own face, were just stress. He told himself the way raw meat smelled in the grocery store, alive, electric, so good it made his mouth water and his left eye ache, was nothing. Just a phase. He lied for 3 weeks. Then the night came when lying stopped being possible, 10 a.m. The apartment was silent. Inko had left a slab of raw beef thawing in the refrigerator for the next day's dinner. It sat on the bottom shelf in a styrofoam tray wrapped in plastic. Ordinary, domestic, and completely irrelevant to anyone who didn't have something starving inside them. Izuku doesn't remember getting out of bed. He doesn't remember walking to the kitchen. He doesn't remember opening the refrigerator door and the blue-white light spilling across his bare feet and pajama bottoms. Memory only returns at the moment his teeth sank in. The raw beef cold and bloody against his tongue, and for the first time in 3 weeks, his body said yes. The hunger went silent. The hole in his center closed. The relief was so total, so overwhelming, that tears were running down his face before he registered he was crying. He was on the kitchen floor, cross-legged, the styrofoam tray in his lap, the plastic wrap torn aside, his hands red to the wrist. His mouth working steadily, eyes half closed, something between a sob and a groan caught in his throat because the pain was finally stopping. His left eye had gone black and red. He didn't know. He couldn't feel it change. The sclera turned the color of ink and the iris flared crimson, and a pattern of veins spread out from the socket like cracked glass. The kakugan. He didn't have a name for it yet. He didn't know what it meant. He only knew the hunger had stopped, and for the first time in 21 days, he felt like a human being again. Then the kitchen light clicked on. Inko Midoriya stood in the doorway wearing her house robe and slippers, one hand still on the light switch. Her face was soft with the half-awake worry of a mother who heard a sound and came to check. That softness lasted exactly 1 second. She saw her son on the floor. She saw the blood. She saw the raw meat in his hands and the red smeared across his chin. And she saw his eye, the left one, the one that used to be the same green as hers, black and burning with a color that belonged to nothing she could recognize as her child. The scream that came out of Inko Midoriya was the sound of a woman watching everything she understood about her world come apart at once. It was high and raw, and it filled the small apartment like a siren. Izuku looked up. The blood was on his face. The tears were still falling. His kakugan blazed in the fluorescent light. He looked at his mother, and every wall between what he was becoming and what he had been fell away in one crushing instant. "Mom," he said. His voice was small, 14 years old. "Mom, please, I'm so hungry." Inko grabbed the vase from the kitchen counter. The blue ceramic one with the painted sunflowers, the one she had bought at a flea market the year Izuku was born, and threw it at him. It struck the wall 6 inches from his head and exploded into blue shards that rained across his shoulders. "Monster." She said it once, and it hit him harder than the vase ever could. Then she said it again, and again. She pressed herself into the corner of the kitchen with her hands flat against the wall behind her, and the word came out of her in a broken loop. "Monster! Monster! Monster!" While her eyes held the kind of terror that only comes from looking at something you love and seeing something you fear. Izuku stood up slowly. The styrofoam tray fell from his lap. Blood dripped from his fingers onto the linoleum. His kakugan was still active. His right eye, still green, still his, was pouring tears. He wanted to explain. He wanted to say something that would make her stop looking at him like that. He wanted to go back to being the boy who ate katsudon on the couch and watched hero fights with his mother and believed the world was built on a framework of justice and hope. He wanted a lot of things. He wiped the blood from his chin with the back of his hand. He walked past his mother. He walked through the living room. He opened the front door. He was wearing pajamas. He had nothing in his pockets. He owned nothing except the body he was standing in and whatever had been done to it. He stepped through the door and pulled it shut behind him. The latch clicked with a sound that was so small and so final that it could have been the last line of a story. He never went back. The streets of Musutafu at 3 in the morning are empty in a way that has weight. The streetlights hum. The crosswalk signals cycle through their colors for an audience that doesn't exist. The occasional car hisses past on wet asphalt, headlights painting brief streaks across building fronts before the shadows swallow them back. Izuku walked for 4 hours. He walked until the pajama pants were soaked through with rain and his feet were blistered from the pavement and the sun was beginning to lighten the eastern sky from black to a dull, bruised purple. The Kakugan faded somewhere around the second hour. The hunger stayed. He slept under a bridge that first night. A concrete overpass near the industrial canal, the kind of place that collects shopping carts and broken bottles and people who have run out of other places to go. He curled against the support pillar with his arms around his knees and slept in 3-minute bursts, waking each time to the same reality. He was alone. He was starving, and the woman who had raised him had called him the thing he feared most. The second night was worse. The hunger came back with a vengeance. Deeper, louder, so consuming that his hands shook and his vision pulsed at the edges, and the smell of every person who walked past on the street above him hit his nose like a wave of something so unbearably, horrifyingly appetizing that he had to bite through his own lip to stay put. He bit hard enough to bleed. The wound healed in 30 seconds. He bit again. Day 3, day 4, day 5. The hunger was a living thing inside him, growing teeth, growing voice. It screamed at him from a place below thought. It turned every pedestrian into a menu item, and every heartbeat into a dinner bell. Izuku learned to stay away from crowds. He learned to hold his breath when people passed too close. He learned that the thing living in his transplanted organs didn't care about his rules, his morals, or the fact that he used to have an All Might action figure on his desk. He starved for 11 days before the choice was made for him. The alley was in the Naruhata district, the dead zone between Musutafu's legitimate grid and the unregistered sprawl, where heroes rarely patrolled. 3 men, street-level thugs. One had a quirk that made his fists dense as lead. One had elongated arms that could stretch 8 feet. The third was quirkless and carried a knife. They found a boy sleeping behind a dumpster in stained pajamas, and they saw opportunity. The lead fist one kicked him awake, told him to empty his pockets. Izuku's pockets were empty. They kicked him again for wasting their time. The knife came out. Something broke. Izuku doesn't remember the next part clearly. He would never remember it clearly. The hunger, 11 days of it, compressed and burning and utterly beyond his ability to contain, split his consciousness down the middle. The boy who wanted to be a hero went to sleep. The thing that had been growing inside him since the transplant woke up. His lower back erupted. The pain was blinding. A tearing, wet rip along both sides of his spine, skin splitting, something inside him unsheathing itself for the first time. 4 tentacles, blood-red scaled, each one as thick as his arm and twice as long as he was tall, burst from beneath his skin and unfurled into the night air with a sound like wet leather snapping taut. The 3 men had time to see them. They had time to understand on some animal level that they had kicked awake something that should have been left sleeping. They didn't have time for much else. The kagune moved on instinct. The lead fist man went into the wall, hard enough to crack brick. The long-armed man wrapped his stretched limbs around a fire escape and tried to pull himself up and away. A tentacle caught his ankle and pulled him back down like he weighed nothing. The knife carrier ran. He ran, and the alley stretched ahead of him like a promise, and then something red and scaled wrapped around his midsection from behind and squeezed until the promise went away. It was over in 9 seconds. Izuku stood in the alley with 4 new limbs swaying around him and 3 bodies at his feet, and the hunger roaring so loud it drowned out thought itself. His Kakugan was active. His mouth was watering. His hands were shaking. The lead fist man was the first meal. Izuku would carry the memory of those next few minutes for the rest of his life. The way his body took over. The way his teeth tore through flesh with an efficiency that shouldn't have been possible. The way the hunger went quiet after the first swallow like a beast finally given what it wanted. The relief was devastating. The disgust came immediately after, so total and so consuming that he threw himself against the alley wall and tried to vomit it all back up. His body kept it down. His body wanted it. His regeneration surged. The blisters on his feet healed, the bruises on his ribs faded, his starved muscles filled with a strength that felt borrowed and terrible, and entirely his. He sat in that alley for 2 hours after, his back against the brick. The kagune retracted into his spine one tentacle at a time. The kakugan dimmed. He stared at the sky through the gap between buildings and counted the stars he could see, 3, maybe 4, the light pollution eating the rest, and he made a decision. He would eat. He had to eat. His body demanded it, and denial would only delay the inevitable until the hunger made the choice for him again. And next time it might choose someone who didn't deserve it. So he made a rule. One rule. The only one he would ever need. He would eat only those who deserved to be eaten. Villains, criminals, predators, the ones who hurt people because they could, because the system let them, because the gap between heroes and the helpless was wide enough for monsters to live in. If Izuku Midoriya had to be a monster, he would be a monster that other monsters feared. He stood up. He wiped his mouth. He started walking. The city didn't know it yet, but something had just entered its food chain that hadn't been there before. The months that followed carved Izuku into a different shape. He lived in the underground, the unregistered spaces between cities where quirk use was unmonitored and hero patrols were thin. He slept in abandoned buildings under overpasses in the crawl spaces of condemned structures. He ate when the hunger demanded it, and he chose his meals with a focus that became his religion. Watch, follow, confirm, and consume only those whose hands were already bloody. The kagune grew stronger with each feeding. The first week, his 4 tentacles could punch through wood and drywall. By the end of the first month, they were shearing through sheet metal. By the 3rd month, they moved with a speed and intelligence that felt less like an extension of his body and more like a second nervous system running alongside his own, reacting to threats before his conscious mind even registered them, intercepting attacks he didn't see, reaching for targets he'd only glanced at. His regeneration accelerated in parallel. Cuts healed in seconds. Broken bones knit themselves in under a minute. A knife wound to the stomach closed before the blood could reach his waistband. He learned through a series of increasingly painful lessons that his body was almost impossible to destroy. It simply rebuilt whatever was damaged, faster each time, as if the transplanted organs were learning from every injury and refusing to let the same wound matter twice. And the kakugan. The left eye, black sclera, red iris, a web of veins spreading from the socket, activated under stress, under hunger, under the particular kind of focus that came right before violence. He learned to feel it turning on, a pulse of heat behind the eye, a sharpening of every sense, the world going hyper-detailed in a way that made the air taste like data. When the kakugan was active, he could hear heartbeats through walls. He could smell adrenaline. He could track a person's fear by the chemical signature it left in the air. He found the mask in the 4th month. A leather shop in the Naruhata black market, a front for quirk suppression gear and unregistered support items. The mask was hanging on a back wall between gas filters and industrial respirators, black leather, heavy stitching, a metal zipper running across the mouth. It was ugly and brutal, and it covered everything below his eyes. He bought it with money taken from a drug runner he'd eaten the week before. He put it on. He looked at himself in the reflection of a store window and saw something that was neither hero nor villain. Something new. Something without a category. The underground started calling him the Eye Patch Demon within the month. A one-eyed monster that appeared in villain hitouts, gang operations, trafficking routes, anywhere the worst people gathered to do the worst things. He came without warning. He left without explanation. The survivors, the rare ones, the ones he judged worth releasing, described the same thing every time. White hair, 1 red eye, a zipper mask, and 4 red tentacles that moved like they were hungry. Police reports stacked up. Hero agencies flagged the pattern. A file was opened at the Hero Public Safety Commission, thin at first, thickening by the week. Subject unknown. Quirk unknown. Affiliation unknown. Threat level undetermined. Every report ended the same way. Targets were exclusively criminal, Force was excessive, remains were partially consumed. The file crossed All Might's desk 4 months after Izuku left home. The number one hero read it in his office at UA in his deflated form, coughing blood into a handkerchief that was already stained. He read about a figure that ate villains and left their bones. He read about a single glowing red eye in the black. He read about a sound that survivors kept mentioning, a cracking sound like a knuckle popping. Right before everything went wrong, All Might closed the file. He leaned back in his chair, and for the first time in a very long time, the symbol of peace felt something he recognized as dread, because he remembered an underpass and a distress ping and a day he arrived 4 minutes too late. He had never learned the boy's name. The report had been filed under collateral. The victim had been listed as a quirkless minor, no follow-up required, no hero intervention necessary. He opened the file again. He looked at the blurry security camera, still from a gas station near one of the attack sites. The figure was turning away from the camera. The image was grainy, but the silhouette, small, young, wrong in ways the camera couldn't fully capture, burned itself into All Might's memory like a brand. What did I let happen? He asked the question to an empty room. The room didn't answer. The USJ, the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, was a sprawling disaster response training facility owned by UA High School, tucked into the eastern campus behind 3 security gates and a quarter-mile of reinforced perimeter fencing. It contained simulated flood zones, landslide areas, fire zones, and a central plaza designed to mimic downtown evacuation conditions. It was state-of-the-art. It was built to prepare the next generation of heroes for the worst the world could offer. On the morning of the League of Villains' first major operation, the worst thing in the building was already there before the villains arrived. Izuku Midoriya had been tracking a trafficking ring that used UA's supply routes to move product through the Eastern District. The trail led him to the general campus area, and he had been running surveillance from a rooftop 2 blocks south when the warp gate opened inside the USJ, and a small army poured through. He smelled the blood before the first student screamed. It carried through the ventilation, fear-soaked, adrenaline-heavy, the unmistakable chemical cocktail of people who had just realized they were going to die. Mixed in was something else. Something he had never smelled before. A wrongness in the blood signature, like flesh that had been taken apart and stitched back together in a configuration that defied everything organic. The Nomu. He didn't know its name yet. He could smell that it was an abomination. The glass ceiling of the USJ dome was reinforced plexiglass rated to withstand Category 4 wind loads. Izuku dropped through it boot first at 10:47 a.m., and the entire dome rang like a struck bell. He landed on the central plaza, the open concrete area at the base of the main staircase, in a shower of glass fragments that caught the facility's artificial sunlight and scattered it across the floor like a thrown handful of diamonds. His kagune erupted on the way down, 4 blood-red tentacles flaring outward and driving into the concrete to break his fall. The impact left a spider web of cracks in the floor and sent a tremor through the ground that every person in the building felt in their knees. The zipper mask was up. The Kakugan was active. His single red eye swept the room, and in one heartbeat, he cataloged everything. 147 low-level villains spread across the facility's simulation zones, fighting pockets of panicked students. 2 mid-tier threats near the flood zone, engaging a hero instructor whose capture weapon was already tangled. A figure in a black bodysuit with severed hands decorating his face and neck, standing at the top of the main staircase with the posture of a child watching his favorite toy. And in the center of the plaza, 30 feet from where Izuku had landed, the Nomu, massive, exposed brain. A body that looked like it had been sculpted from black rubber by someone who understood human anatomy in theory and hated it in practice. It stood 8 feet tall, hands hanging past its knees, its entire frame radiating the kind of power that made the air around it feel heavier. The students had been pushed to the periphery. Izuku registered their faces in a blur. A redhead with hardened skin, a girl with a bob cut and pink cheeks, a boy with engines in his calves, a blonde with explosive palms, and dismissed them. They were alive. They were irrelevant to his purpose. The Nomu turned toward him. Whatever primitive intelligence guided its rebuilt brain had registered the new arrival and categorized it as a target. It took one step forward and the ground cracked under its foot. Izuku looked at it, his head tilted. The kagune drifted behind him, lazy, taking their time. He pressed his thumb to his index finger. Crack! The Nomu charged. Shock absorption. That was its primary quirk, the ability to tank physical impacts by dispersing kinetic energy through its body. Combined with super regeneration, it was designed to be an unstoppable wall, built to fight all might, built to eat punches from the strongest man alive and ask for more. Izuku's kagune hit it mid-charge. All four tentacles drove forward in unison, a battering ram of scaled, blood-red biomass that struck the Nomu dead center in its chest with a wet, concussive boom that echoed through the entire facility. The Nomu's shock absorption activated. The kinetic energy spread through its body. Its feet skidded backward 3 feet on the concrete. It didn't fall. Izuku was already moving. He closed the distance while the Nomu was still absorbing the first hit. His kagune split, too high, too low, and hit the Nomu from 4 directions simultaneously. The creature's body rippled with each impact, the shock absorption working overtime, dispersing force that would have liquefied a normal person. The problem with shock absorption is that it handles blunt force. It disperses impact energy across the body's surface, turning killing blows into survivable pressure. It was built for punches, for kicks, for the kind of straightforward, honest violence that heroes traffic in. Izuku's kagune didn't punch. They pierced. The tip of a tentacle drove into the Nomu's shoulder at the joint, driving in like a spear, bypassing the shock absorption entirely, because piercing damage doesn't distribute, it concentrates. The tentacle went in 4 inches, and the Nomu let out a sound that wasn't quite a scream and wasn't quite mechanical. A broken foghorn from a broken thing. Izuku yanked the tentacle free and drove it in again. Different angle. Deeper. The Nomu swung a massive arm at his head, enough force behind it to cave in a reinforced wall. A second tentacle intercepted the arm mid-swing, wrapped around the wrist, and twisted. The joint gave with a crack that bounced off every wall in the plaza. The Nomu regenerated. Of course it regenerated. The shoulder wound closed in 2 seconds. The wrist snapped back into alignment. But Izuku was already inside its guard, already driving his kagune into it from angles it couldn't track. The tentacles moved with a fluid, relentless intelligence, stabbing, withdrawing, repositioning, stabbing again, never in the same spot twice, never giving the super regeneration a chance to fully catch up. Blood hit the floor. The Nomu's blood was wrong, too thick, too black, the smell of it like burnt plastic and copper. Izuku's kakugan pulsed. The hunger surged. He fought it down. Finished the mechanical part first. A tentacle wrapped around the Nomu's neck. 2 more pinned its arms. The 4th drove through its exposed brain with a sound that made 6 students vomit simultaneously. The Nomu dropped. It started regenerating. The brain matter was rebuilding itself in real time, neurons reconnecting, the biological machinery of its engineered body struggling to bring itself back online. Izuku didn't give it the chance. He crouched over the Nomu's body. He pulled the zipper mask down. His teeth found the junction between the creature's neck and shoulder, the thickest cluster of engineered muscle fiber where the quirk factors were most concentrated. He bit down. The plaza went silent. 147 villains, 20 students, 2 hero instructors, and the leader of the League of Villains watched a white-haired boy in a leather mask eat a piece of the Nomu's neck standing up, chewing with the detached focus of someone performing a necessary task. The Nomu's regeneration tried to close the wound. Izuku bit deeper. The regeneration faltered. Something in the Nomu's engineered body recognized, on some buried cellular level, that it was being consumed by a predator that operated on the same frequency, and for the first time since its creation, the Nomu stopped healing. Izuku swallowed. He took another bite, and another. His kagune pinned the body to the floor while he fed, and the sound of it, wet, steady, primal, filled the USJ dome. The Nomu stopped moving on the 5th bite. Its regeneration shut down completely. The quirk factor drained from the consumed tissue like battery acid from a cracked cell. Its massive body went limp. Its exposed brain dimmed. Izuku stood up. His mouth was stained black with the Nomu's blood. His kakugan burned like a signal fire. His kagune swayed behind him, and the tentacles looked somehow thicker, denser. like they had just eaten two. Shigaraki Tomura stood at the top of the staircase. He had walked into this facility with a plan. He had brought 147 soldiers, a bioengineered weapon of mass destruction, and the confidence of a man who had been told he was going to change the world. The Nomu was supposed to kill All Might. It was supposed to break the symbol of peace on live television and prove that the Age of Heroes was built on a lie. Instead, something had fallen through the ceiling and eaten his weapon like it was lunch. Shigaraki's hands went to his neck. He scratched. The dry, rasping sound of nails on skin cut through the silence. His eyes, red and wide behind the severed hand that covered his face, were fixed on the white-haired boy standing on Nomu's corpse. "Kurogiri," Shigaraki said. His voice was thin. The rage in it was obvious, but underneath the rage was something older and more honest. "Kurogiri, we're leaving." The mist villain materialized beside him. His yellow eyes swept the plaza. "Sir, the operation, it's over." Shigaraki's scratching intensified. He was looking at Izuku Midoriya the way a child looks at a stove after the first burn. The lesson was in his body before his brain caught up with it. The warp gate opened. Shigaraki stepped through. The remaining villains, those still conscious, those still capable of moving, scrambled toward the portals that opened across the facility. In 30 seconds, the USJ went from a war zone to an emptying theater. The League of Villains retreated because something in the room was worse than them. And every survival instinct in Shigaraki's body had overridden his plan. The students stayed. Eijiro Kirishima was the first to move. The redhead with the hardening quirk took 3 steps forward, his feet crunching on the broken glass that covered the plaza floor, and stopped 10 feet from the white-haired stranger. His quirk was active, arms hardened to stone. But his face was the face of a 16-year-old boy trying to process something his training had never covered. "Hey," Kirishima's voice cracked. "Hey, who the hell are you?" Izuku looked at him. The Kakugan dimmed by a fraction. Those mismatched eyes, one inhuman red, one tired green, studied Kirishima with an expression that was almost curious. Like he had forgotten what normal teenagers looked like. He pulled the zipper mask back up over his mouth. He said nothing. A tentacle braced against the ground, and he launched himself upward, through the hole he had made in the ceiling, up through the shattered plexiglass, and out into the open sky. He was gone before anyone could follow. Below, in the ruined plaza of the USJ, 20 students and 2 hero instructors stood in the wreckage of an attack that had been ended by something that was neither hero nor villain. The Nomu's body lay cooling in the center of the floor with a chunk missing from its neck. Black blood pooled around it. The air smelled like copper and something chemical that burned the nose. Shota Aizawa, Eraserhead, lay against the far wall where Nomu had thrown him before the stranger arrived. His goggles were cracked, his right arm was broken in 2 places, his face was a mask of blood from a scalp wound that hadn't stopped bleeding. He had watched the entire fight from the floor, and the expression on his face was something his students had never seen before. Fear. Okako Uraraka, the girl with the round face and the gravity quirk, was trembling. Her hands were covering her mouth. Her eyes were wet. "He ate it," she whispered. He just... Tsuyuasui placed a hand on her shoulder. "Uraraka. What was that?" Ochako's voice was rising. "What was that? That's a person. How is that a person?" Tenya Ida stood rigidly at the base of the staircase, both fists clenched, engines in his calves idling with a high-pitched whine. His glasses were cracked. His face was the face of a young man who had just watched his understanding of the world get rewritten in real time. "That was something new," Aizawa said from the floor. His voice was rough. Tired. His one open eye stared at the hole in the ceiling where the stranger had vanished. Something the system doesn't have a file for. 13. The space-themed rescue hero was already on her communicator. Her voice was strained. "UA Central. This is 13 at USJ. We need medical teams. We need security. And we need someone to tell us what just happened here. Because I have 20 students who watched a boy fall through the ceiling and eat a bioweapon alive, and I need answers before they do." The communicator crackled. Central Dispatch had questions. 13 didn't have answers. Nobody did. Katsuki Bakugo was the last to move. The blonde had been pinned in the collapse zone during the initial assault. fighting mid-tier villains with the kind of explosive fury that had made him the top prospect in his class. He had blasted his way free just in time to see the end. The white-haired stranger standing over the Nomu, the zipper mask stained black, the 4 red tentacles swaying like a crown. Bakugo stood at the edge of the plaza with smoke still curling from his palms and something working behind his eyes. His jaw was tight. His fists were tighter. He looked at the hole in the ceiling, and when he spoke, his voice was low and raw in a way his classmates had never heard. "The hell was that thing?" he said it to himself. The answer didn't come from anyone present. All Might arrived 12 minutes after the League retreated. He burst through the main entrance in his muscle form. 7 feet of golden power, the smile already in place, the reassurance already on his lips. And he stopped. The smile didn't drop. It froze. His eyes swept the plaza. The glass on the floor, the cracked concrete, the students clustered in shocked groups, the Nomu's body in the center with a chunk missing from its neck, and something behind the smile broke without sound. Everyone. His voice filled the room. Everyone is safe. I am here. The words that had comforted a generation landed in the silence and sat there unanswered because the danger had already passed and the thing that ended it was already gone. Aizawa was loaded onto a stretcher by the paramedics who arrived with All Might. As he was carried past the number 1 hero, he grabbed All Might's wrist. His grip was weak. His one open eye was urgent. "There's something in the city," Aizawa said. "One eye, red, white hair, tentacles. He ate the bioweapon. Toshinori." He ate it. He bit into it and ate it while the students watched. All Might's frozen smile held, but behind it, behind the mask the symbol of peace wore every day, Toshinori Yagi felt the dread again. The same dread from the file, the same dread from the blurry security camera still. "I know," he said. The 2 words carried more weight than his fist ever had. Aizawa's grip loosened. The paramedics carried him away. All Might stood in the ruined plaza and looked at the Nomu's body. He walked to it. He crouched beside it. He looked at the bite marks, human-sized, deep, the edges ragged, and he placed one massive hand over his face. 4 minutes. He had been 4 minutes late to an underpass, and the world had made something out of the boy he failed. Something that fell through ceilings and ate bioweapons and made the League of Villains run. The file on his desk at home would triple in thickness by morning. The eye-patch demon had a face now. Half a face. One red eye in the black. The hero world had officially met its 3rd category. The capture happened 6 weeks later. Muscular found him. The villain had been active in the outer wards. A hulking sadist with a quirk that let him generate and layer muscle fibers outside his body, building himself into a walking siege engine of raw physical force. He had killed 3 heroes in open combat. He had walked through quirk suppression teams like they were children. The Hero Commission had classified him as S-rank threat and issued a standing termination order that nobody wanted to cash. Muscular had heard about the eye-patch demon, the way everyone in the underground had, through whispered reports, through panicked survivors, through the conspicuous disappearance of criminal operations that had been running smoothly for years until someone showed up and ate the management. He wanted to fight it. That was the beginning and end of his motivation. He wanted to find the thing that made villains afraid, and he wanted to see if it could survive being broken. He tracked Izuku to a dead-end district, a decommissioned industrial block where the power grid had been shut off, and the building stood empty like rotting teeth. Izuku had been using the basement of an old textile factory as a temporary base. He was sleeping when the wall came in. Muscular punched through 8 inches of reinforced concrete like it was cardboard, and the muscle fibers wrapped around his fist were still growing when they connected with Izuku's ribs. The impact launched him through 2 interior walls and into a support column that bent around his body on contact. Izuku's kagune erupted. 4 tentacles lashed out. Fast, vicious, aimed at the throat and joints. Muscular ate the first hit and laughed. The muscle fibers absorbed the piercing damage, layering over the wound in real time, and his reinforced hand caught one of the tentacles and squeezed. The kagune fractured. Izuku felt it like a bone breaking inside his chest. The fight lasted 11 minutes. Izuku took Muscular's eye. Muscular took Izuku's consciousness. A muscle-wrapped fist the size of a medicine ball connected with the side of Izuku's head, and the world went white, then red, then gone. He woke up in a room. The room was underground, soundproofed. Concrete walls, concrete floor, a single light bulb hanging from a chain in the center of the ceiling. The bulb swung in a slow arc that made shadows crawl across the floor like living things. Izuku was bound to a chair. Not with rope, with reinforced steel bands bolted to the chair's frame and secured with padlocks. His wrists, his ankles, his waist, his neck. His kagune was retracted. Something about the restraints pressed against his spine in a way that made the tentacles sluggish, reluctant to emerge. Muscular sat in a folding chair across the room, eating a protein bar. His remaining eyes studied Izuku with the blank interest of a man watching an animal in a cage. "Took me a while to find you," Muscular said. He finished the protein bar, crumpled the wrapper, tossed it on the floor. "You're smaller than I thought." Izuku's left eye burned. His Kakugan was active. The red iris tracked Muscular's movements with the intensity of a thing counting the ways it could end what was in front of it. "The Hero Commission's got a file on you," Muscular continued. 3 inches thick. They don't know what you are. Villain? Anti-hero? Quirk anomaly? Nobody can agree. He leaned forward. "Me, I don't care what you are. I just want to see what you're made of." He said it the way a child says they want to see what's inside a clock. Then he stood up. 10 days. Muscular broke Izuku's fingers one at a time on the first day. He started with the left hand, pinky, ring, middle, index, thumb, snapping each one backward until the bone pierced the skin from underneath. The pain was a white scream that filled the room and emptied Izuku's thoughts. His regeneration kicked in within minutes, the bones realigning, the flesh closing, the fingers straightening themselves back into function. Muscular watched this happen with visible delight. Then he did it again. Day 2, he moved to the arms. Compound fractures. He twisted the radius until it snapped through the skin, then sat back and watched it knit itself together over the next 90 seconds, the bones sinking back beneath the flesh like a wave retreating into the ocean. He was taking notes, literal notes, in a grease-stained composition book, like a student studying for an exam on how much a body could endure. Day 3, he brought a knife. Day 4, he brought bolt cutters. Day 5, Izuku stopped screaming. His throat had been torn and rebuilt so many times that the muscles had adapted, thickening, and the scream reflex had burned itself out like a blown fuse. He still felt everything. The pain was total. His regeneration was a curse. It ensured he experienced every wound fresh, every single time, because his nerve endings rebuilt themselves as fast as his flesh did. Day 6. Muscular brought a venomous centipede, a red-headed variety, long as a forearm, mandibles wet with something that burned. He forced it into Izuku's ear canal and held his head still while it burrowed. The venom hit his inner ear and sent cascading waves of agony through his skull that made his vision strobe and his teeth crack from how hard his jaw clenched. His regeneration pushed the centipede out in 4 minutes. The venom was neutralized in 6. But the memory of it, the feeling of something alive inside his skull eating its way through, settled into a permanent address in Izuku's mind and never left. Day 7. Day 8. Day 9. The pain blurred into a continuous state of being. Muscular was systematic. He tested every form of damage he could inflict and recorded the regeneration response time with the dedication of a man who had finally found a hobby that interested him. Blunt trauma, piercing, burning, tearing, suffocation. Every wound healed. Every wound was replaced by a new one. The cycle had the rhythm of a tide, endless and relentless. And somewhere around day 8, Izuku stopped being present in the room. His body stayed. His mind went somewhere else. The space inside his head was white, formless. An empty page with no edges and a quality of light that came from everywhere and nowhere. Izuku stood in the center of it, and across from him stood a boy he used to be. Round face, green hair, messy, the way it had always been. Big eyes, both green, both full of the kind of unearned hope that belongs to people who haven't been taught to stop believing yet. He was wearing the Aldera Junior High uniform, the one with the burnt collar where Bakugo's explosions had singed it. He was holding a hero analysis notebook, the 13th one, the one that had gone into the koi pond. "Hi," the boy said. He was smiling. The smile was so gentle it hurt to look at. Izuku stared at him. The current Izuku, white-haired, hollow-eyed, his body a patchwork of wounds and regeneration scars in the real world, stared at the ghost of himself, and felt something crack in his chest that had nothing to do with Muscular's hands. You remember this? The boy held up the notebook. Number 13. You spent 2 months on the wind resistance calculations for Hawk's feather control. You triple-checked every number. He opened it. The pages were water-stained but legible. You were so proud of it. That person is gone, Izuku said. His voice in this place sounded like his old voice. Younger, smaller, the voice that used to stammer and apologize for existing. He's standing right here. He died in a kitchen, in front of his mother. The boy with the green hair closed the notebook. He held it against his chest, the way someone holds something precious. His smile didn't waver, but it softened, became something sadder, something that understood the weight of what had happened without needing to be told. She was scared, the boy said. She loved you. She was scared. She was right. She was wrong. They looked at each other across the white space. 2 versions of the same person, separated by pain and years and a transplant that had rewritten everything. I'm going to let you go now, Izuku said, and saying it felt like pulling a knife out of a wound that had been held open for too long. I can't carry you anymore. I can't be you. The world took that option away, and I need both hands for what's coming. The boy looked at him for a long time. The green eyes were wet. The smile remained. You were going to be a great hero, the boy said. You know that, right? Even without a quirk, even without anything, you were going to figure it out. I know. Can I tell you something before I go? Yeah. The boy stepped forward. He was smaller than Izuku remembered being. His shoes were scuffed. His tie was crooked. He looked up at the white-haired version of himself, and the tears that fell from his eyes evaporated before they hit the white floor. It's okay to be the monster, the boy said, as long as you remember what the monster is for. Izuku closed his eyes. When he opened them, the boy was gone. The notebook was gone. The white space was collapsing, folding in on itself like a letter being sealed, and the real world was rushing back. The pain, the cold, the underground room, and the sound of footsteps. Something in Izuku Midoriya's chest closed forever. Something else opened. Day 10. Muscular walked into the room at 7 a.m., carrying a serrated knife and a fresh composition book. He was humming. He had been in a good mood for 3 days straight. His subject was the most durable thing he had ever encountered, and the data was, in his words, incredible. He looked at the chair. Something was different. Izuku's hair had changed. The green was gone, bleached out, replaced entirely by a white, so total it seemed to glow in the light of the single bulb. His nails had turned black, each one gleaming like polished obsidian. His skin was paler. The veins visible beneath it carried a faint red tinge, like the blood running through them had been replaced with something denser. His Kakugan was as active, but the panic that had lived behind it for 10 days was gone. The red iris burned steadily in its bed of black, and the expression on Izuku's face was the expression of a person who had walked into a room inside himself, said goodbye to everything that lived there, and walked back out carrying only what he needed. Muscular stopped humming. His instincts, the animal ones, the ones that had kept him alive through 100 fights, fired all at once. Something in the room had changed. The air pressure, the temperature, something. Morning, Muscular said. He twirled the knife. Ready for round. What are we on? Day 10, right? Feels like it's been longer. Izuku looked at him. The steel bands around his wrists groaned. The sound of straining metal filled the room, a rising creak that climbed in pitch until it became a shriek. The padlocks on the restraints cracked. The bolts holding the bands to the chair sheared off one after another, pinging off the concrete walls like bullets. The kagune erupted from Izuku's lower back with enough force to shatter the chair beneath him. 4 tentacles, thicker than before, redder, the scales sharper and more pronounced, fanned out behind him like a blood-soaked crown. He stood up from the wreckage of the chair. Pieces of steel and wood fell from his body. He was barefoot. He was wearing the same torn, stained shirt he had been wearing when Muscular dragged him here. He was smiling. It was a small smile. Barely there. The kind of smile that belongs to someone who has found something solid in the rubble of themselves and is standing on it. He pressed his thumb against the knuckle of his index finger. Crack. The sound filled the room. It bounced off every wall. Muscular's grip on the knife tightened. What's 1000 minus 7? Izuku said. His voice was different, lower, flatter. The words came out like stones dropping into still water, each one landing clean and final. Muscular grinned. The muscle fibers exploded from his body, layers and layers of augmented tissue wrapping around his frame, doubling his size, tripling it until he filled half the room. His remaining eye was wild with anticipation. Now we're talking. Muscular surged forward, his reinforced fist leading, the muscle fibers around it thick enough to punch through a tank. 2 tentacles caught the fist. The impact sent a shockwave through the room that cracked the concrete walls in branching patterns. Muscular's augmented strength pushed against the kagune. For 1 second, the forces held. Then Izuku's tentacles twisted. A sharp, wrenching rotation, and Muscular's wrist folded. 993. A third tentacle drove into Muscular's midsection. It punched through 3 layers of augmented fiber and buried itself 6 inches into his abdomen. Muscular's eye went wide. He swung with his free hand, a haymaker that could level a building. Izuku's 4th tentacle intercepted it, wrapped around the forearm, and pulled. The shoulder dislocated with a sound like a tree branch snapping. 986. Muscular roared. More fibers erupted from his body, trying to shore up the damage, trying to rebuild the armor. But the kagune was faster. It was learning in real time, adapting to the density of the muscle fibers, finding the gaps, exploiting the junctions where layer met layer and the coverage was thinnest. 979. A tentacle sheared through Muscular's left knee. The leg buckled. He went down. The mountain of augmented muscle that had terrorized heroes and civilians alike collapsed to the concrete floor, and the boy standing above him looked down with one burning red eye and an expression of absolute, bottomless emptiness. 972. Muscular tried to stand. A tentacle pinned him through the shoulder. He tried to swing. A tentacle caught the arm and broke it in 3 places. He tried to regenerate his muscle fibers. Izuku's kagune tore them off faster than they could grow. What the hell? Muscular gasped. His eye was losing its wildness. Something else was filling the space where the excitement had been. What the hell happened to you? Izuku crouched down. His face was level with Muscular's. The kakugan burned. The white hair fell across his forehead. 10 days of accumulated wounds had healed without scars, but the memory of each one lived behind his eyes like a library of suffering. You wanted to see what I'm made of, Izuku said. Let me show you. The kagune struck 6 times in 2 seconds. Each hit landed in a different joint. Each hit removed the ability to use that joint. When the last tentacle withdrew, Muscular was pinned to the concrete floor by his own ruined body, unable to move, unable to generate fibers fast enough to repair the damage, staring up at the thing he had created through 10 days of applied agony. Izuku ate the augmented muscle fibers first. Stripped them from Muscular's body in long, wet sheets, his teeth tearing through the quirk-infused tissue while Muscular screamed. The fibers dissolved on his tongue. The kagune pulsed, a rhythmic throb that traveled up the tentacles and into his spine. And Izuku felt the evolution hit his system like a tidal wave. His kagune thickened. The scales hardened. 2 new ridges of bone began forming along the upper surface of each tentacle. His regeneration doubled in speed, and somewhere deep inside his body, in the place where the transplanted organs had fused with his own, something stirred. A new form, a higher configuration, beginning to take shape. Muscular stopped screaming around the 3-minute mark. His augmented quirk was spent. His body was broken in ways that would take months of medical intervention to address. He lay on the concrete floor of his own torture room, surrounded by his own blood, and the poetic justice of the situation was so heavy it could have crushed the building. Izuku stood up. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. The hunger was sated. The evolution was integrated. He could feel the difference in every fiber of his kagune. Heavier, faster, more resilient. Whatever Muscular's quirk factor had added to his body, it had pushed him past a threshold he hadn't known existed. He walked to the door of the room. It was a steel door with a deadbolt. He pulled it off its hinges with one hand. The hallway beyond led to a staircase. The staircase led up. At the top, a rusted metal door opened onto a side street in the dead-end district, and the wind that came through when Izuku pushed it open carried the smell of rain and concrete and distance. He stepped out into the morning light. His white hair caught the wind. His kakugan faded. His kagune retracted. He stood on the cracked sidewalk in his ruined shirt and bare feet, a 16-year-old boy who had just walked out of his own grave, and the street around him. Parked cars, chain link fences, a stray cat watching from a windowsill, had nothing in its vocabulary for what it was looking at. This was the day the eye patch demon died. The thing that replaced it was something the world would struggle to name. The news cycle carried the USJ story for 2 weeks before it was eclipsed by the next crisis. The Hero Commission issued a statement. An unidentified individual intervened during the villain assault and is currently being sought for questioning. That said nothing and satisfied nobody. Leaked footage from the facility's internal cameras hit the internet within days, and what they showed turned Izuku Midoriya into an urban legend overnight. The clips were grainy, fragmented, taken from cameras whose angles only caught pieces of the action. A figure dropping through the ceiling, red tentacles moving through the air. A Nomu, the most terrifying creature anyone had ever seen, brought to the ground and consumed. The internet named him Centipede, then Eye Patch, then the Ghoul. None of the names stuck because the footage wasn't clear enough to build a consensus, and the Hero Commission's silence bred conspiracy theories that ranged from secret government project to quirk singularity event to literal monster. At UA, the students who had been present talked about it in hushed voices that went silent when teachers walked past. Kirishima described the single red eye to anyone who would listen, and his voice always went flat when he got to the part where the stranger had eaten the Nomu. Uraraka stopped eating lunch for 3 days. Ida wrote a formal incident report and submitted it to 4 separate government agencies, all of which acknowledged receipt and none of which followed up. Katsuki Bakugo said nothing about it to anyone. He trained harder. His explosions got bigger. And sometimes, between sessions, he would stand at the edge of the training field and stare at the sky with an expression that his classmates mistook for anger but was closer to recognition. Because Katsuki Bakugo had bullied a quirkless boy for 10 years, and some part of him, buried deep, denied access to his conscious mind, had looked at that grainy footage and thought, I know those shoulders. He trained harder. He didn't examine why. Hosu City burned on a Wednesday night. The hero killer, Stain, the man who had carved a philosophy out of murder and called it purification, had been active in the city for 3 days. 2 heroes were dead, 4 more were hospitalized. The police had locked down the entertainment district, and pro-heroes from 3 agencies were running coordinated patrols through the side streets and alleyways where Stain liked to work. Tenya Ida had come to Hosu on his internship. Officially, he was there to learn urban patrol protocols under the Manual Hero Agency. Unofficially, he was there because the hero killer had crippled his brother Tensei, and the rage in Ida's chest had been building for weeks like water behind a cracking dam. He found Stain in an alley behind the entertainment district at 11:23 p.m. Or rather, Stain found him. The hero killer had a gift for identifying the ones who came looking for revenge, because revenge made people predictable, and predictability made them easy. Stain stood at the end of the alley with his sword drawn. Red scarf, bandaged face, eyes that carried the conviction of a man who had decided the world was broken and appointed himself the repairman. He looked at Ida with the flat contempt he reserved for heroes who hadn't earned his respect, which was, by his accounting, almost all of them. Another one, Stain said. Another fake hero running on emotion instead of principle. You're the Ingenium kid, right? Came to avenge your brother? I came to stop you. Ida's engines fired. He launched himself forward. Recipro burst, everything he had, a straight-line charge that covered 20 meters in under a second. Stain sidestepped. His blade opened a cut along Ida's calf as the boy blew past him. Stain's tongue found the blood on his sword. One lick, blood curdle activated. Ida's body locked up mid-stride. His engines died. He hit the ground face first and skidded, completely paralyzed, unable to move anything below his eyelids. Stain walked toward him. Disappointing. He raised his sword. The blade caught the light from a distant street lamp. Then a tentacle came through the wall. The concrete beside Stain exploded inward. A blood-red appendage, the width of a fire hydrant, punched through the brick and caught the hero killer's sword arm mid-swing. It wrapped around his wrist once, twice, and squeezed. The sword clattered to the ground. Stain's fingers went white. Izuku Midoriya stepped through the hole his kagune had made. White hair, zipper mask down, Kakugan blazing. He looked like he had been walking. His hands were in his pockets, his posture was loose, and the tentacle holding Stain's arm moved with the lazy confidence of something that considered the hero killer an interruption in its evening commute. "I could hear you from 4 blocks away," Izuku said. He looked at Stain the way someone looks at a television that's been left on too loud. "You talk a lot." Stain wrenched his arm free. The man's physical strength was legitimate, owned through years of killing, and dropped into a combat stance. His free hand found a shorter blade on his belt. His eyes were locked on Izuku, and whatever assessment was running behind them completed faster than most. "You're the one from USJ," Stain said. His voice carried something new, the careful modulation of a predator recognizing another predator. "And you're the one who thinks killing heroes makes you righteous." Izuku tilted his head. "It doesn't. It makes you loud." Stain moved. He was fast, genuinely fast, the kind of speed that came from a lifetime of combat and a body that had been sharpened into a weapon. His blade slashed a line across Izuku's forearm that opened the flesh to the bone. Blood sprayed. Stain's tongue was out before the drops hit the ground. He caught the blood midair, tasted it, and blood curdle fired. Izuku's body seized for exactly 1.5 seconds. His kagune dipped, his posture stiffened, his eyes went wide, then his Kakugan pulsed. The paralysis burned off his nervous system like frost on a heated wire. His regeneration targeted the chemical compound in his blood, isolated it, and flushed it through his system in the time it took Stain to believe he was moving again. Stain saw this. His expression shifted, the careful predator assessment cracking, something raw showing through. In all his years of killing heroes, nobody had ever walked through blood curdle. The quirk was absolute. It locked the nervous system on contact. It was the foundation of everything he did, the cornerstone of his combat strategy, the reason a man with knives could stand against quirk-enhanced heroes and win. The white-haired boy had shrugged it off like a mild inconvenience. "Interesting," Stain breathed. Then he attacked in earnest, both blades now, a flurry of slashes from angles that would have overwhelmed any other opponent. His technique was legitimate. His speed was real. He was a killer at the peak of his craft. Izuku's kagune dismantled the offensive in 4 seconds. One tentacle batted the first blade aside so hard the metal warped. A second caught the shorter blade between 2 scaled ridges and snapped it in half. The third and fourth wrapped around Stain's torso from both sides and lifted him off the ground. Stain hung in the air, suspended between 2 tentacles, his arms pinned to his sides. His bandaged face was inches from Izuku's. "You believe in something," Izuku said. "I can see it. You've got this whole system in your head. Real heroes, fake heroes, the purity of sacrifice. You've convinced yourself the blood on your hands is paint and you're making art." Stain's eyes blazed. "All might is the only. I don't care." The 2 words landed like stones. Stain's mouth closed. "Your philosophy is noise," Izuku said. "You kill people who are trying to help other people, and you dress it up in ideology because the alternative is admitting you just like the way a blade feels. I've met 100 men like you in the underground. The only difference is the outfit." Izuku leaned in. His Kakugan was inches from Stain's face. "I'm going to break your arms now. When I'm done, you will never hold a sword again. That's the most merciful thing that's going to happen to you tonight." His teeth found Stain's shoulder, the junction between the trapezius and the deltoid, where the muscle was thickest. He bit down. The sensation of Stain's blood and tissue on his tongue sent a cascade of information through his system. The chemical signature of blood curdle, the biological framework of the quirk, the cellular data that made it function. His body cataloged it, absorbed it, filed it away, then the tentacles twisted. Both of Stain's arms broke at the elbow. The sound was sharp and final, and the hero killer screamed. A raw, honest sound, stripped of philosophy and ideology, just a man in pain. Izuku dropped him. Stain hit the alley floor and curled around his broken arms, gasping, his bandaged face pressed against the concrete. The hero killer, the man who had terrorized the hero world for months, who had killed 17 heroes and crippled 23 more, lay at a boy's feet and understood with total clarity that he had been outclassed in every measurement that mattered. Izuku pulled his zipper mask up. He turned. Ida was on the ground. The paralysis was still holding. His eyes were the only things that could move, and they were locked on Izuku with an expression that was trying to be anger and failing, because what he had just witnessed had broken the anger's back and left something bewildered in its place. Izuku crouched beside him. The paralysis should wear off in another 2 minutes. Your leg wound needs pressure. Can you handle that? Ida's eyes blinked. Yes. The heroes will be here soon. Tell them whatever you want. It won't change anything. Izuku stood up. He looked down at Ida, and for a half second, the Kakugan dimmed and the face underneath the hard exterior was just a boy, tired, young, caring more than any person his age should have to. Your brother tried to save people, Izuku said. That's worth something. Don't waste it by being like him. He glanced at Stain's crumpled form. Then he was gone, a blur of white hair and red tentacles vanishing over the rooftop line into the Hosu city night. Ida lay on the cold alley floor and stared at the sky between the buildings. His brain was doing the thing brains do when every assumption they were running on gets wiped clean, cycling through static, trying to reboot, searching for a framework that could accommodate what just happened. He had come to Hosu to avenge his brother. He had been paralyzed in seconds. And then a boy with one red eye and 4 tentacles had appeared, walked through a quirk that had never been walked through, dismantled the hero killer in under a minute, and given him advice on his way out. The paralysis released. Ida sat up. His leg was bleeding. He pressed his hand against the wound and applied pressure, just like the white-haired boy had told him to. Manuel and 2 other heroes arrived 3 minutes later. They found Ida sitting upright and Stain unconscious on the ground with both arms shattered. The alley smelled like blood. There was a hole in the wall that hadn't been there before. What happened? Manuel asked. Ida looked at the hole in the wall. He looked at the sky. He looked at his own hands, still shaking. Something I'm still trying to understand, he said. The heroes exchanged glances. They called it in. By morning, the hero killer's capture was attributed to a combined effort involving local hero agencies and an unidentified individual. The media ran with it. The internet argued about it. The Hero Commission added 30 pages to a file that was getting too thick for its folder. Izuku Midoriya was 3 districts away by sunrise, sitting on a rooftop, watching the light come up over Hosu City. His kagune was retracted. His kakugan was off. He cracked his knuckles, all 10, and felt the ghost of something that might have been satisfaction and might have been exhaustion. If you were to write a story with me in the lead role, he said to the empty rooftop, it would certainly be a tragedy. The sun came up anyway. It always does. 3 weeks after Hosu, Izuku started having dreams about blood. Specific blood. Young blood. The kind that carries a fear signature so potent it cuts through walls and distance, and the emotional scar tissue of a boy who had spent the last year teaching himself to feel less. He ignored it for 3 days. On the 4th night, the dream was vivid enough to wake him. A child screaming in a white room, arms covered in bandages, eyes that had forgotten what safe meant. He woke up on the rooftop where he had been sleeping with his kakugan already active and his kagune half deployed, the tentacles reaching toward the southwest, like compass needles. He followed them. The trail led out of the city, through the suburban fringe, past the commuter districts and into the older industrial areas where the buildings were pre-quirk era and the streets were cracked with age. His senses sharpened with every mile, the smell growing stronger, the fear signature clearer, the unmistakable chemical profile of a child's blood laced with pain and something artificial, quirk suppression drugs. He could smell them in the blood. Someone was feeding a child. Quirk suppression compounds strong enough to bleed through the skin. The compound sat behind a walled estate in a district that looked abandoned but wasn't. The Shi Hasaikai, a Yakuza organization that had been functionally dead for a decade, had rebuilt itself beneath the surface. The compound was large, multi-layered, extending 3 stories below ground. It was guarded by armed men and quirk users. It was, by any reasonable assessment, a fortress. Izuku went through the front door, not a metaphor. He walked up to the main entrance. A reinforced wooden gate set into a stone wall, and his kagune punched through it. Wood and stone and metal hardware sprayed inward across the courtyard, and Izuku stepped through the opening with his mask up and his eye burning and 4 tentacles fanning out behind him like the world's most hostile greeting. The first guard was a man with a hardening quirk. His skin turned to stone on contact. A tentacle went through the stone like it was drywall and pinned him to the courtyard wall. The second guard had a speed enhancement. He was fast. He made it 10 steps before a tentacle caught his ankle and introduced his face to the flagstone path at considerable velocity. The 3rd through 6th guards came as a group. 4 men, various quirks: projectile generation, elasticity, pyrokinesis, sensory disruption. They attacked in formation, which meant they had trained for coordinated defense. It didn't matter. Izuku's kagune moved through their formation like a wrecking ball through a china shop, and what had been 4 combat-ready guards became 4 unconscious bodies in under 5 seconds. He entered the main building. The hallways were traditional Japanese architecture: wood floors, paper screens, carefully maintained. Beautiful in a way that made the wrongness of what was happening beneath them more offensive. The 8 bullets found him on the 2nd floor. These were Overhaul's personal enforcers. 8 quirk users, each one hand-picked and trained. They came at him in pairs, which was smarter than coming alone, but carried the same result with a slight delay. The first pair, Tabe and Hojo. Tabe had a consumption quirk. He could eat anything. He charged with his mouth open, teeth elongated, aiming to bite through one of Izuku's tentacles. The kagune fed itself into Tabe's mouth and kept going, driving down his throat with enough force to pin him to the floor from the inside. Hojo, crystalline shell quirk, lasted 3 seconds longer. His armor cracked on the 2nd hit and crumbled on the 3rd. The second pair, Setsuno and Tengai. Setsuno's larceny quirk tried to steal the kagune directly from Izuku's body. The quirk made contact, tried to pull, and the kagune resisted. The biomass was a part of his body, fused at the cellular level, and ripping it away would be like trying to steal someone's spine. Setsuno's eyes went wide. Then a tentacle sent him through a paper wall and into the room beyond. Tengai raised his barrier quirk, a spherical shield of concentrated energy. Izuku's kagune hit the barrier from 4 directions at once. The barrier held for 2 seconds. Impressive. Then the pressure cracked it, and the shards rained down around Tengai like broken glass as a tentacle wrapped around his ankle and slammed him into the ceiling, then the floor, then the ceiling again. The 3rd pair, Rappa and Nemoto. Rappa was the closest thing to a real fight Izuku had encountered in the compound. The man was a brawler. Augmented fists, relentless aggression, a body that could take hits that would flatten normal people. His first punch connected with Izuku's jaw and snapped his head sideways hard enough to crack vertebrae. The vertebrae healed before Izuku's head had finished turning. He looked back at Rappa with the kakugan blazing and a strand of blood running from his lip. Rappa grinned. Finally, someone who can take a tentacle wrapped around his torso and squeezed until the grin turned into a wheeze. Rappa's fists hammered at the kagune, each blow strong enough to dent steel, and the scaled surface of the tentacle absorbed the impacts with rippling deformations that healed in real time. The kagune squeezed tighter. Rappa's augmented body bent. His ribs gave one by one like keys on a piano being pressed in sequence. Izuku dropped him in a heap and stepped over his body. Nemoto tried to use his quirk, confession, the ability to force people to speak truth. "What are you afraid of?" He shouted, the quirk firing through his voice. Izuku's mouth opened. The compulsion hit his nervous system and forced the words out. "Being alone." The admission hung in the air. Nemoto's face twisted into a triumphant smile. Then Izuku's kagune pinned him to the wall by both shoulders and he leaned in close. But that already happened. So the threat is empty. Nemoto's smile died. Izuku walked on. The 4th pair, Sakaki and Deidoro. Deidoro's sloshed quirk, the ability to impair anyone's sense of balance within proximity, hit Izuku the moment he entered the lower hallway. The world tilted. His inner ear scrambled. His steps staggered. His kagune, however, had nothing resembling an inner ear. The 4 tentacles braced against the floor, the walls, the ceiling, creating a stable platform while Izuku's human body swayed between them. A tentacle found Deidoro by sound and put him into the wall. Another found Sakaki and did the same. The balance disruption vanished. Izuku's steps steadied 8 bullets. 8 down. The hallway ahead led to a staircase going further underground. He descended. With every floor, the smell of child blood grew stronger. The fear signature sharpened until it was a constant scream in his senses, piercing every barrier he had built. His hands were shaking. His kagune was rigid, the tentacles extended and locked in aggressive posture, reacting to his emotional state. Because here was the thing about Izuku Midoriya that the underground had learned, that the villains had learned, that the hero killer had learned in an alley in Hosu. He could be hurt. He could be broken. He could be tortured for 10 days and walk out a different person. But the fastest way to wake up the worst thing inside him was to show him a child in pain. Because he had been a child in pain. Because the last time he had been helpless, the world had taken everything from him. Because somewhere underneath the white hair and the kakugan and the hunger, there was a 14-year-old boy standing in a kitchen doorway. And that boy had sworn, in the space between heartbeats, in the silence after his mother's last scream, that he would never stand in a doorway doing nothing ever again. Kai Chisaki, Overhaul, was waiting in the lowest level. The room was a laboratory. White walls, stainless steel tables, medical equipment lining the walls, centrifuges, syringes, IV stands, the tools of a man who had turned a child into a pharmaceutical resource. The air smelled like antiseptic and blood, and the particular chemical signature of Ares' quirk, Rewind, the ability to reverse a person's biological state, being extracted, refined, and weaponized. Overhaul stood at the center of the room. Plague Doctor mask, golden eyes, white gloves, the composure of a man who believed he understood the world's operating system and was simply the only one qualified to patch it. He looked at Izuku, the way a person looks at a bug that has somehow gotten into their sterile environment, mildly irritated, completely confident. "You've made a mess of my operation," Overhaul said. His voice carried the flat assurance of a man who has never doubted himself because he's never had to. Izuku stepped into the room. The kagune spread behind him. His left eye was an inferno. His right eye was somewhere else, a place that smelled like blood and antiseptic, the fear of a child who had learned that helping hands only came before hurting ones. "Where is the girl?" Izuku said. "She's an asset. She's being utilized. And you are an intruder in my home, and I'm going to disassemble you down to your atoms and learn what makes you work." Overhaul pulled off his gloves. His bare hands touched the floor. The room came apart. The floor erupted. Spikes of concrete and steel launching upward in a forest of jagged construction, each one aimed at Izuku's body with the intelligence of a guided missile. The walls collapsed inward and reformed into crushing plates. The ceiling descended. The entire room was being rebuilt in real time. Overhaul's quirk deconstructing and reconstructing matter at a molecular level, turning the architecture itself into a weapon. Izuku's kagune tore through the first wave of spikes. The tentacles moved with a speed and ferocity that had been building since the first floor. Each consumed quirk factor from the 8 bullets, adding something new to their capability. They punched through concrete like wet paper. They deflected steel beams with single swipes. They carved a path through Overhaul's reconstructing room with a relentlessness that bordered on spite. Overhaul reformed the floor beneath Izuku's feet, opening it, dropping him, then slamming it shut. The kagune braced against the closing walls and held them apart while Izuku pulled himself free. Overhaul raised a wall of compressed steel between them. A tentacle went through it. Overhaul moved the room again, the entire floor shifting like a puzzle box, trying to isolate Izuku, trying to contain him in a space small enough to disassemble. The kagune wouldn't allow it. Every wall that rose was torn down. Every trap that closed was forced open. Every time Overhaul reshaped the environment, Izuku's tentacles reshaped it back. And the gap between attack and counter was shrinking. Overhaul's composure cracked when the first tentacle reached him. It caught his left wrist. His bare hand, the hand that could disassemble anything it touched, wrapped around the kagune's surface. The quirk activated. The tentacle's cellular structure began to decompose, the scales flaking, the biomass losing cohesion. Izuku felt the damage. It was like dipping his hand in acid, a dissolving, spreading wrongness that ate inward. His regeneration flared, the cells rebuilt, the scales reformed. The tentacle's grip on Overhaul's wrist tightened, and the rate of reconstruction overtook the rate of disassembly. Overhaul's golden eyes went wide. "That's impossible," he whispered. "I disassemble at the molecular level. Nothing rebuilds faster than—" "You've been spending too much time around normal people," Izuku said. A second tentacle caught Overhaul's right wrist. A third wrapped around his midsection. The fourth pinned his legs. Overhaul's quirk was firing through both hands, disassembling the kagune at every point of contact, and the tentacles were rebuilding themselves at every point of contact, and the equilibrium was shifting second by second in Izuku's favor because his body had been consuming quirk factors all evening, and his regeneration was running on fuel that Overhaul couldn't account for. Something changed. The mutation hit mid-fight. Izuku felt it in his spine first. A deep, spreading heat that radiated outward through his ribcage and into his skull. His kagune shuddered. The four tentacles thickened, darkened, and two additional limbs erupted from his upper back. Longer, heavier, segmented like the body of an insect. They wrapped around his torso in overlapping coils, and a layer of bone-white plating began spreading across his shoulders and up his neck. His face, the last part to change, felt the mask growing from the inside out. Bone, white and smooth, pushed through the skin of his forehead and cheeks and jaw, forming over his features in the shape of something ancient and wrong. A plague doctor's beak, ridged and elongated, with two eye sockets that glowed red through the bone. The kakuja, incomplete, unstable, and absolutely devastating. Overhaul looked at the thing that was forming in front of him. The composure he had carried for the entire fight, the absolute certainty that his quirk was the ultimate tool, evaporated. Izuku's voice came through the bone mask, doubled and distorted. Two pitches layered on top of each other, one human and one something else entirely. "You think you can cure the world? The world does not need a cure. It needs to be eaten." The Kakuja-enhanced kagune struck. 6 tentacles moving in concert, the 4 originals plus the 2 new centipede limbs, hit Overhaul from every direction. His hands tried to disassemble them. The bone-plated surfaces resisted the deconstruction, the Kakuja armor absorbing and redistributing the molecular damage faster than Overhaul's quirk could inflict it. His left arm broke first. The tentacle that took it wrapped around his forearm above the wrist and twisted until the joint gave. His right arm followed 3 seconds later, a centipede limb catching it at the elbow and folding it backward. Overhaul screamed. The sound came from a place deeper than pain. A place that understood with total and permanent clarity that everything he believed about himself was wrong. He was an organizer, a planner, a man who thought he owned the concept of matter, and something had walked into his fortress and proven him wrong with 6 red tentacles and a bone mask that looked like the face of a plague he'd never studied. The kagune pinned him to the floor. Overhaul's broken arms lay at wrong angles. His mask had been torn away. His face underneath was young and pale and filled with the kind of terror that comes when certainty dies. Izuku stood over him. The Kakuja was receding, the bone mask cracking, the extra limbs withdrawing, the plating crumbling from his shoulders in white flakes that dissolved before they hit the ground. The transformation had been brief, unstable. His body wasn't ready for the full form yet, but what it had given him was enough. His face emerged from behind the breaking mask. White hair, 1 red eye, 1 green. A face that was tired in ways that went beyond physical exhaustion. A face that had seen the inside of rooms like this before and would see the inside of rooms like this again. He stepped over Overhaul's body. The room beyond the laboratory was small. A child's room, built for imprisonment. White walls, a single bed, restraints bolted to the frame, medical equipment on a table, syringes. Bandage rolls. The smell of blood and fear was suffocating. A girl sat on the bed, small. White hair, different from his, silver-toned, fine as spider silk. Red eyes, wide, ancient in the way that abused children's eyes are ancient, carrying the weight of experiences that belonged in a war zone instead of a 6-year-old's life. Bandages covered her arms from wrist to elbow. She was wearing a white hospital gown. She was shaking. Izuku stopped in the doorway, his kagune retracted. All 6 limbs pulled back into his body until there was nothing left but the faint red lines along his spine. The Kakugan dimmed. His eye went green. He was just a boy standing in a doorway, tired, blood-stained, wearing a mask he'd pulled down and a coat that was too thin for the underground chill. Eri looked at him. Her shaking intensified. She pressed herself against the wall behind the bed, making herself as small as possible, and the reflex was so practiced that Izuku's heart performed an action he didn't think it was capable of anymore. It hurt. He crouched down, slowly, made himself small. Put his hands on his knees where she could see them. "Hey," he said. His voice was soft, the voice he hadn't used since before the kitchen, the voice that belonged to a boy with hero notebooks and a mother who held him. "It's okay, nobody's gonna hurt you anymore." Eri's eyes didn't leave his face. Her lower lip trembled. The shaking continued. "I know what that room feels like," Izuku said. "I've been in one. Somebody hurt me for a long time, and I couldn't make it stop, and every time I thought it was over, it started again." Eri's eyes widened. Something in them shifted. The faintest crack in the wall of learned helplessness, a splinter of recognition. "But I got out," Izuku said. "I'm standing here, and I'm going to pick you up now, and I'm going to carry you out of this building, and you are never coming back to this place. Is that okay?" Eri stared at him. The seconds stretched. The room was silent except for the hum of the building's ventilation and the distant sound of rubble settling in the hallway where the 8 bullets lay. "Are you a hero?" she asked. Her voice was so small it barely existed. A voice that had learned to whisper because volume brought punishment. Izuku looked at her. His eyes, both green now, the Kakugan fully dormant, were wet. He blinked once, hard. "Heroes don't look like me," he said. Eri slid off the bed. Her bare feet touched the cold floor. She took one step, then another. She crossed the 3 feet between them like she was crossing a canyon, every step a decision, every inch a gamble on a universe that had given her nothing to gamble with. She reached up with both bandaged arms. Izuku lifted her. She weighed almost nothing, a bundle of bones and bandages and white hair that smelled like antiseptic and fear. He pulled his coat off with one hand and wrapped it around her. It was too big. It covered her from chin to ankle. She looked like a child wearing a tent. She buried her face in his shoulder. Her small hands gripped his shirt so hard the fabric pulled taut. The shaking slowed. It didn't stop. The body remembers trauma longer than the mind, but it softened, downgrading from earthquake to tremor. She held on tighter. Izuku walked. Back through the laboratory, past Overhaul's unconscious body. Through the hallway, past the broken doors and the unconscious enforcers. Up the staircase, floor by floor, the compound unwinding behind him like a maze he'd already memorized. Past the courtyard guards, still out. Through the shattered front gate. The night air hit him like a wall of cold, clean oxygen. The compound's estate wall stood behind them, broken at the gate. The street ahead was empty. Cracked pavement, dead streetlights, a view of the city skyline in the distance where the buildings still had power, and the lights still blinked, and the world still turned, without knowing what had just ended in this forgotten district. Izuku stood on the sidewalk. His coat was gone. His shirt was torn and blood-stained. His white hair moved in the wind. The girl in his arms breathed against his collarbone in slow, unsteady rhythms, and her grip on his shirt never loosened. "I'm not the protagonist of a novel," he said to the empty street. His voice was barely there. "I'm just a kid who used to like heroes." Eri shifted against his chest, her face pressed harder into his shoulder. A small sound came from under the coat. Not a word, not a cry, just a breath that said, "I'm here. I'm choosing to be here. Whatever you are, I'm choosing to stay." Izuku Midoriya started walking. The compound smoldered behind them. The city glowed ahead. Between those 2 points, the place he had destroyed and the place he was walking toward, there was a stretch of empty road that belonged to nobody and nothing except a boy carrying a girl in a coat too big for her. He walked. She held on. The wind carried the smell of smoke and distant rain. The streetlights were out, and the only illumination was the city skyline ahead and the stars above, dim through the haze but present, still burning, the way distant things do when the world beneath them has lost its mind. His left hand found his right hand, thumb against index finger. The crack was softer this time. Almost gentle. A habit. A heartbeat. Somewhere, in an office at UA High School, All Might was reading a report about 8 unconscious quirk users found in a Yakuza compound, a villain named Overhaul found with both arms broken, and a small girl found missing from a room that smelled like horror. The report's final line read, "Subject was seen leaving the compound carrying the child. Direction, northwest. Current location, unknown." All Might set the report down. He put his head in his hands. His muscle form had been gone for hours. The blood on his handkerchief was fresh. His body was failing him piece by piece. And somewhere in his city, a boy he had failed was doing the job he could no longer do. Carrying the hurt, fighting the monsters, paying the price with pieces of himself he would never get back. "I'm sorry," All Might said to an empty office. The words were small and true, and changed nothing. Somewhere in the outer districts, Izuku kept walking. Eri's breathing had steadied against his chest. Her hands were still tight on his shirt, but the grip had shifted. Less desperation, more decision. The kind of hold that says, "I found something. I'm keeping it." The wind picked up. The city lights blinked. The road ahead stretched on without promise or destination. And the two figures on it, one white-haired and blood-stained, one small and bandaged and wrapped in a coat that smelled like someone else's survival, moved through the night like a sentence that hadn't found its period yet. The period came 3 miles northwest, on a street where the power lines had been cut years ago and the buildings stood like headstones for businesses the city had already buried. Izuku's feet found the block through instinct or exhaustion or the particular magnetism that pulls broken things toward abandoned ones. He had been walking for 90 minutes. Eri's breathing had steadied against his collarbone, and her grip on his shirt had softened from desperation into something closer to sleep. His arms ached. His body was still running on the quirk factors consumed in the Hasaikai compound, and the surplus energy hummed through his veins like a frequency searching for a receiver. The coffee shop sat on the corner. 2 stories. Flat roof. A rusted metal sign above the entrance that read RE, the rest of the letters gone, devoured by weather and neglect. The front windows were boarded with plywood that had warped and cracked along the grain. The door, heavy wood, painted green once, flaked and peeling, hung crooked on its bottom hinge, swinging an inch open and an inch closed in the breeze like a chest moving with shallow breath. Izuku leaned his shoulder against it. The door gave. Inside, a counter. A row of stools with cracked vinyl seats. 4 small tables with chairs stacked upside down on top of them. A back kitchen visible through a serving window, the steel surfaces dulled with grime. The smell hit him first. Old roasted coffee beans, deep and warm, baked into the walls and the wood of the counter and the fabric of the ceiling tiles. Under the coffee was dust, and under the dust was the particular stillness of a space that had been waiting for someone to need it. He walked to the far corner. The floor creaked under his weight. He set his coat, still wrapped around Eri, on the floor and lowered her onto it with the care of someone handling the most important thing left in the world. She made a small sound. Her eyes opened. She looked at the ceiling, at the dim room, at his face above hers. "Where?" she whispered. "Somewhere safe." She studied his expression for a long time. Whatever she found there was enough. Her eyes closed again, her hands loosened on his shirt. She slept. Izuku sat against the wall beside her. His kagune was fully retracted. His kakugan was off. Both eyes were green, and they were the eyes of a 17-year-old boy sitting on a dirty floor in an abandoned building with a child he had stolen from a monster, possessing nothing. Nothing at all. Except what he was sitting in and who he was sitting next to. He stayed awake until dawn. The light that came through the cracks in the boarded windows was thin and orange and laid itself across the floor in stripes that touched Eri's sleeping face. She looked smaller in the morning light. Younger. Her white hair fanned across the coat like spilled milk. He stood up when the light was strong enough to work by. He lifted the chairs off the tables. He checked the water line. Dead. He checked the gas. Off. He found a bucket under the kitchen sink and a bottle of cleaning solution so old the label had faded to white. He cleaned the counter first because the counter was the center of the room and the center was where you started. By noon, the front room was livable. He had swept the floor. He had wiped down every surface. He had pulled the plywood off one window. Just one, the one that faced the street, and the sunlight that poured through transformed the space from something forgotten into something possible. Eri woke up while he was pulling nails from the window frame. She sat up on the coat and watched him work with the focused attention of a child who has learned that the actions of adults must be studied for danger signs. He felt her eyes on his back. "Hungry?" he asked without turning around. A pause. Then, in that voice that barely existed, "I think so." He went out. He found a corner store 4 blocks south that was still open, one of those places that exists in the gray zone through sheer stubbornness, selling rice and canned goods and cheap instant coffee to the people the city had stopped serving. He bought rice, eggs, a pack of disposable chopsticks, bottled water, a camping stove, and a canister of fuel. He paid with bills taken from the Hasaikai's vaults, folded in the inner pocket of his ruined shirt. He cooked rice on the camping stove behind the counter. The eggs he scrambled in a dented pan he found in the kitchen. The result was ugly. The rice was too sticky, the eggs were too dry, the heat distribution on the camping stove was uneven and scorched everything it touched. He scraped it onto a plate and set it in front of Eri, who was sitting on one of the counter stools with her bare feet dangling 6 inches above the floor. She looked at the plate. She looked at him. "Is it okay?" she asked. It took him a moment to understand that she was asking permission. Something inside his chest performed a motion he had forgotten it could make. A clenching. A recognition. The ghost of a kitchen. A different one, warm and bright, with a woman's hand setting down a bowl of katsudon and a voice saying, "Eat, eat, it's your favorite." "Yeah," he said, "it's for you." She ate slowly. Every bite was deliberate. Her hands shook around the chopsticks, and she held them wrong, the way a child holds them who has been fed through IV drips and force feedings for so long that the basic motor function of eating has atrophied. She dropped rice on the counter. She dropped egg on her lap. She kept going. Halfway through the plate, she stopped. Her eyes were wet. "It's good," she said. The words came out broken. She was lying. The rice was burned and the eggs were rubber. But the lie was offered with such complete sincerity that Izuku understood she meant something else entirely. She meant, someone cooked for me. Someone stood in a kitchen and made something and put it in front of me and told me it was mine. Izuku turned back to the stove. He made a second plate. He sat at the counter beside her and ate his own food. His system could handle plain human food in small amounts, enough to maintain appearances, though the taste was ash and his body processed it with visible reluctance. He ate it anyway, because she was watching, because eating together was something people did when they were safe, and he wanted her to learn what safe felt like. The days that followed had the rhythm of renovation. Izuku fixed the door first, rehung it on both hinges, reinforced the frame with wood he pulled from the boarded windows he was replacing one at a time. The roof leaked in 3 places. He patched them with tar paper and sealant, purchased from a hardware shop in the commercial district, making the trip at 4 a.m. when the streets were empty and his white hair drew fewer stares. He brought back a mattress on the 4th day, carried it on his back through the unlit streets, a twin size he found leaning against a dumpster behind a furniture store. Floor sample, slightly scratched, otherwise whole. He set it up in the back room behind the kitchen, and Eri slept on it that night with the coat still over her. He slept on the floor beside her. When she woke screaming at 2 a.m., and she woke screaming every night, the screams of a child whose body remembered things her waking mind kept at arm's length, he was there. He was always there. The water line came back on the 6th day. He found the shutoff valve in the basement and worked it until the rust broke free and the pipes groaned and brown water coughed from the faucets for 10 minutes before running clear. The gas took longer. He traced the line to an exterior junction box, found the safety cutoff, and spent an afternoon with a wrench and a borrowed manual figuring out the sequence to restore flow. The stove in the kitchen lit on the first try. The blue flame hissed and the room smelled like gas for 3 seconds, and then it smelled like possibility. He cooked better after that. Practice improved the rice. The eggs gained texture. He found recipes in a water-damaged cookbook wedged behind the kitchen's industrial refrigerator. The last coffee shop owners, left behind with everything else. He tried omurice and burned it. He tried again the next morning and burned it less. The 3rd attempt was edible. The 4th was something Eri asked for by name. Omurice, she said on the morning of the 8th day, sitting at the counter with her feet still dangling, and the word landed in the room with a weight that exceeded its syllable count. She had asked for something, voluntarily, without being prompted, without flinching. Izuku made omaris. She ate all of it. On the 9th night, with the camping stove replaced by a working kitchen and the front room livable and the roof holding against the rain that had been falling since midnight, Izuku sat at one of the small tables with a notebook open in front of him, his hero analysis notebooks. He had kept them, all 13 of them, wrapped in a plastic bag and stored in a drainage pipe beneath the industrial block where he had been sleeping before Muscular found him. He had retrieved them the day after settling into the coffee shop, making the trip alone while Eri slept. The notebooks were water-stained and worn, but the handwriting inside was intact. The writing of a 14-year-old boy who believed the world made sense and that understanding how powers worked was the same as understanding how to save people. He read through them slowly. Every page. Every entry. Hawk's feather aerodynamics. Endeavor's heat output curves. Best Genist's fiber control range. All Might's projected striking force, triple-checked, with margin notes that said things like, if I could have even 1% of this, I'd find a way to make it enough. He read that line 3 times. Then he turned to a fresh page. The pen in his hand was steady. The handwriting that appeared was different from the old entries, tighter, faster. The script of someone who had stopped decorating his letters. The new entries were catalogs. Every villain quirk factor he had consumed since that first night in the Naruhata Alley, listed in order, with observations on what each one added to his kagune. Lead Fist, initial density increase in tentacle surfaces. Elongation quirk, improved reach flexibility, 15% extension gained. Tab's consumption quirk, accelerated absorption rate, reduced rejection response. Rappa's augmented striking, a layer of impact resistance in the kagune's scaled surfaces that hadn't been there before. He filled 6 pages. The data was comprehensive. His handwriting carried the same obsessive thoroughness that had once tracked hero quirks. The same mind doing the same work, turned to a different purpose. He closed the notebook. His eyes went to the back room, where Eri's breathing was steady and even through the open doorway. He sat in the silent coffee shop with the rain on the roof and the notebooks on the table and the smell of old coffee in the walls, and he was aware, with a clarity that sat behind his ribs like a stone, that he was building something. The roof, the stove, the food, the bed, pieces of a structure that had a name he was afraid to use because naming it might break it. He was building a home. The awareness hurt in a way he hadn't expected. It hurt the way a dislocated joint hurts when it goes back in, the pain of alignment, of something returning to a position it was made for, but had forgotten. He sat with it. He let it hurt. On the 11th day, Eri laughed. He had been washing dishes, standing at the kitchen sink, scrubbing the omaris pan, his sleeves rolled up to the elbow. A roach ran across the counter. Izuku saw it from the corner of his eye, and his right hand snapped out on reflex. Kagune speed, human hand, and slapped the counter so hard the impact cracked the tile underneath his palm. The roach survived. It zagged left, and Izuku's hand chased it and the roach zagged right, and for 6 seconds the most dangerous predator in Musutafu was losing a fight to an insect on a kitchen counter. The sound came from behind him. Small, hiccuped, unmistakable. He turned around. Eri was standing in the kitchen doorway with her hands over her mouth and her eyes wide and bright. The sound broke through her fingers again. A laugh, high and fragile, the laugh of a child who has remembered that laughing is a thing she can do. Izuku stared at her. His face went through a sequence of expressions that his muscles didn't seem prepared for. Confusion first, then recognition, then something that cracked the surface of the emptiness he had been wearing like a second skin and let something warmer bleed through. His mouth opened. His eyes were wet. He didn't know what to do. He had killed men. He had eaten monsters. He had walked through Blood Curdle and punched through the Nomu's engineered skull and torn the 8 bullets apart, one pair at a time. He had absolutely zero framework for handling a 6-year-old girl laughing at him losing to a cockroach. He stood there with a wet pan in one hand and a cracked tile under the other, and the most honest expression his face had worn in 2 years. And Eri laughed again, and the sound filled the coffee shop the way sunlight fills a room that has had its curtains open for the first time. Something closed inside him. Something else. Something older. Something he thought he had buried in a white space where a boy with green hair held a notebook and said goodbye. Opened. Opened. He let it. Lady Nagant found the coffee shop 23 days after Izuku moved in. Kaina Tsutsumi had been a ghost for 11 months, moving through the gray zones of Japan's hero infrastructure with the training of a woman who had been the Commission's most lethal asset and the motivation of a woman who had killed the man who made her that way. Her record was sealed. Her name was erased from every public database. Tartarus had been her home for 6 years, until the League's expanding operations had created enough systemic chaos for her to walk out through a gap in the containment grid that lasted 47 seconds. She had been surviving off the grid ever since, moving between cities, sleeping in locations she swept for surveillance before entering, eating from sources she verified herself. Her rifle quirk, the ability to generate a long-range weapon from the structures inside her right elbow, firing hardened keratin rounds with accuracy measured in fractions of a millimeter, kept her alive. Her airwalk ability, a secondary quirk, forcibly given to her by the Commission years ago, allowing her to generate invisible platforms in the air and move through three-dimensional space like the sky was a floor with variable levels, kept her invisible. The Commission remnant, what was left of the organization after Shigaraki's war and the cascading failures that followed, had sent her original assignment 3 weeks earlier. A file delivered through a dead-drop network she had been too slow to cut herself loose from. Target, the eye patch demon. Classification, imminent threat, lethal force authorized. Fee, enough to disappear permanently. Attached intelligence, last known location estimates, known combat profile, threat assessment rated higher than anything she had been given during her active years. She took the job. She tracked the target to the coffee shop in 7 days, faster than the Commission expected, slower than she was capable of, because the trail went cold in places where the boy moved through the city's forgotten spaces with a fluency that said he had lived in them long enough to speak their language. She spent 4 days on the rooftop across the street. The vantage point was ideal. 60-meter line of sight to the coffee shop's front door, with secondary angles on the alley entrance and the roof access. She set up at 3 a.m. on the first night. Prone on the roof gravel, her rifle materialized and braced on a ventilation housing. Through her scope, the coffee shop's single uncovered window showed the interior. Counter, tables, the glow of a lamp. Izuku had wired into a jury-rigged outlet. She watched him clean. She watched him cook. She watched him carry a small girl on his back to the second floor, while the girl's arms hung loose around his neck and her white hair fell across his shoulder. She watched the target, the Commission wanted dead, make Omaris at 7 a.m. and set it on the counter and wait while a 6-year-old with bandaged arms, every bite, with the focused determination of someone learning that food could be given freely. On the second morning, Kaina Tsutsumi had a clean shot. He was on the roof. Crouching at the edge, the way he always crouched, gargoyle posture, weight on his toes, perfectly still. Eri was asleep against his back, tucked into his coat, her small body rising and falling with his breathing. The sunrise was happening. The city's skyline caught the light building by building, and the two of them, the white-haired boy and the girl he had carried out of a compound, were silhouettes against the orange and pink of it. Her crosshair sat on the back of his skull, 112 meters, windless morning. The keratin round in her rifle's chamber would cross the distance in a fraction of a second. He would feel nothing. The girl would wake up to a sound and then to a reality that Kaina told herself was someone else's responsibility. She held the crosshair there for 4 seconds. 4 seconds is a long time when you are the best shot in the country, and your target is stationary, and the only thing between your finger and the trigger is a choice you keep failing to explain to yourself. She lowered the rifle. The boy on the rooftop turned his head. Just an inch, as though he had felt the crosshair lift. His left eye was visible in profile, green, the kakugan dormant, the face underneath it young enough to make her stomach turn. He looked in her direction. Across the 60 meters, through the early morning light. She could have sworn he saw her. She had been prone behind a ventilation unit on a rooftop with zero visual signature, and the boy looked at her position with the disinterest of someone acknowledging a bird on a wire. Then he turned back to the sunrise. His hand adjusted the coat around Aries' shoulders. She slept on. Kana stayed on the roof for 2 more days. She watched him install a working lock on the front door. She watched him carry home bags of groceries. She watched him sit at a table at midnight with notebooks open in front of him, writing with the focus of someone cataloging a war. On the 5th morning, she walked off her rooftop, crossed the street, and pushed open the front door of the coffee shop. The bell above the door, a small brass thing, tarnished green, that Izuku had rehung the previous day, rang once. He was behind the counter. The coffee machine, a relic he had coaxed back to life with replacement parts and persistence, was gurgling. He looked up. She stood in the doorway, tall, long indigo hair pulled back. Her right arm hung at her side, the sleeve rolled to the elbow, the structures beneath the skin visible as faint ridges where the rifle materialized. Her eyes were gold. Her expression carried the particular blankness of someone who has made a decision that rewrites everything and is waiting to see if the universe will honor it. She sat at the counter. He poured coffee, set the cup in front of her, poured one for himself. They sat on opposite sides of the counter in the morning light, and the steam rose between them, and neither of them spoke for 20 minutes. The coffee was terrible. He was still learning the machine. She drank it anyway. "You're harder to kill than I expected," she said. "Most things are." She looked at the cup, at the room, at the doorway to the back where a small girl's sleeping sounds were faintly audible. "I was sent to put you down." "I know." "I'm done with that." "I know that too." She looked at him, really looked the way a person looks when they are trying to read the internal architecture of someone who should be a target and has become something else entirely. Her gold eyes swept his face, the white hair, the green eyes, the youth of it, the plain, undeniable youth of a boy who should be in his 2nd year of high school. "How old are you?" 17. She closed her eyes, opened them. "I need a place to stay. There's a room upstairs, 2nd door on the left. The lock works." She finished her coffee. She went upstairs. She stayed. Danjiro Tobita and Manami Aiba arrived 16 days later, on a Tuesday that had been raining since before dawn. They came through the front door at 11 a.m. Tobita first, a tall man in a long coat and a wide-brimmed hat pulled low, with the bearing of someone who had been elegant once and was now just tired. La Brava followed, half his height, wrapped in a raincoat 3 sizes too large, her pink hair plastered to her forehead, her eyes enormous behind rain-spotted glasses. They had been running from commission operatives for 3 blocks. Tobita's elasticity quick had bounced 2 pursuit drones into a wall, and La Brava's hacking had scrambled the tracking frequencies, and they had ducked into the first open door they found. The coffee shop door was open because Izuku had been airing out the front room after painting the walls. The smell of fresh paint and old coffee beans hit them both at the same time. Tobita stopped in the middle of the room. His hat dripped onto the clean floor. His eyes took in the counter, the tables, the coffee machine steaming on its shelf. A lifetime of performed grandeur tried to assert itself, the voice, the posture, the character he had built to survive a world that had rejected the person underneath. Izuku was at the counter. He was reading one of his notebooks. He looked up. "Are you done performing?" Izuku said. The question landed in the center of Tobita's chest and stayed there. His mouth opened, closed. The performance flickered behind his eyes. The gentle criminal persona, the YouTube videos, the elaborate heists designed to prove a point that the audience had never shown up to receive. All of it flickered and guttered and went still. He took off his hat. Underneath, his face was lined and honest and belonged to a man who had wanted to be a hero at 15 and had been expelled for a mistake that cost him everything, and had spent the next decade trying to find a version of himself that the world would allow. "Yes," Tobita said. La Brava watched this exchange from behind his coat. Her eyes, sharp, analytical, the eyes of someone who processed information the way other people processed oxygen, moved between Izuku and Tobita. She saw Tobita lower the mask. She saw what lived under it. Her hand found the back of Tobita's coat and gripped it, and the grip said, "Wherever you go." "Coffee?" Izuku said. They sat at the counter. Kaina came downstairs and sat 3 stools away and did not introduce herself. Eri peeked out from the kitchen doorway, saw new people, and retreated. 10 minutes later, she peeked out again. 20 minutes after that, she was sitting on the stool next to La Brava, studying the smaller woman's face with the focused intensity of a child trying to decide if a new thing is safe. La Brava looked at Eri. Her lip trembled. She reached into her raincoat and produced a small wrapped candy, butterscotch, the kind sold in convenience stores for 30 yen, and held it out on her open palm. Eri took the candy. She held it for a long moment. Then she unwrapped it and put it in her mouth, and the expression that crossed her face, the slow, spreading recognition of sweetness, made La Brava's eyes fill with tears she shed openly and without apology. "Oh," La Brava said, and the single syllable held an entire cathedral of feeling. Tobita put his hand on La Brava's shoulder. She covered it with her own. Eri chewed her candy. The old man came on a morning that carried the first real chill of autumn. He walked in through the front door at 6:47 a.m., a man in his late 50s, broad-shouldered, with gray hair cropped close, and a face that looked like it had been assembled from weathered stone. He wore a canvas jacket and work boots. His hands were large and rough, and they hung at his sides with the patience of instruments that had been used for a long time and were prepared to be used again. He looked at the coffee shop. He looked at the machine behind the counter. He looked at Izuku, who was pouring Eri's morning juice. "The door was open," the old man said, "and I could smell the coffee from the street. It's free if you sit down." He sat. He drank 2 cups. He set the empty mug on the counter and looked at the ceiling where one of the light fixtures was hanging by a single wire, blinking arrhythmically. "That fixture needs rewiring," the old man said. "I know." "You have tools?" "In the kitchen, under the sink." The old man stood up. He found the tools. He rewired the fixture in 12 minutes, working with his hands only, his quirk unused. The motions of a man who had been repairing things his entire life, because fixing what was broken was the closest he had ever come to articulating what he believed. He replaced the bulb. The light came on, steady and warm. He fixed the wobbly table next, then the dripping faucet, then the hinge on the kitchen cabinet that squeaked when it opened. By noon, he had repaired 11 things, and the coffee shop felt different, tighter, more intentional. The difference between a building that was being survived in and one that was being lived in. His name was Kaname Hyudo. He had been a pro hero for 18 years, lower ranked, never famous, working the outer wards where the commission sent the ones it trusted to follow orders and the ones it needed gone from the spotlight. His quirk was gravity severance, the ability to sever the gravitational anchoring of any object or person within a 30-meter radius, suspending them, redirecting their fall at any angle, slamming them into the ground or the sky or each other with forces that multiplied the longer the target was airborne. He had been good at his job. The commission had rewarded this by assigning him to a joint operation designed to fail, a sacrificial patrol meant to draw out a high-level villain at the cost of civilian lives in the engagement zone. Kaname had read the briefing, understood the math, and refused the order. The commission buried him, license revoked, name redacted from the registry. 20 years of service erased in the time it took to stamp a form. He had lived in the gray zone ever since, moving between districts, fixing things, existing in the space between the world he had served and the one that had discarded him, and the only part of his body that had aged was everything except his principles. He discovered what Izuku was on the 3rd day, when he walked into the kitchen at 2 a.m. for water and found the boy at the table with his kakugan active and his notebooks open and a strip of raw meat procured from a butcher's waste bin, being consumed with the measured focus of someone taking medicine that keeps them functioning. Kaname stood in the doorway. He looked at the eye. Black sclera, red iris, veins spreading from the socket like cracks in ice. He looked at the meat. He looked at the boy. "How long have you been doing that?" Kaname asked. 2 years. "Does it hurt?" "Every time." Kaname filled his glass with water. He sat down at the table across from Izuku. He drank his water while the boy ate, and the two of them sat in the kitchen in the small hours while the building slept around them, and Kaname treated the situation with the straightforward acceptance of a man who had seen worse things done by people wearing government-issued badges. "You're feeding the girl properly," Kaname said. It was both a statement and a compliment. "I'm trying. You're succeeding." He finished his water. He looked at the notebooks spread across the table, the old hero analyses alongside the new Quirk Factor catalogs, two eras of the same mind sitting side by side. "She calls me old man," Kaname said. "She calls everyone something. She hasn't called you anything yet." Izuku was still. The Kakugan pulsed once. His green eye, the right one, the one that still belonged to the boy he had been, held something in it that Kaname recognized. He had seen it in the eyes of every good person who had been broken by the system he used to serve. It was the look of someone trying to deserve something they had already been given. "Give her time," Kaname said. He stood up. He put his glass in the sink. He went back to bed. In the morning, Eri climbed onto his shoulders without asking. He let her. His back protested. He ignored it. She sat up there with her hands in his gray hair and surveyed the coffee shop from 7 feet up like a queen inspecting her realm. And when Kaname caught Izuku watching from the kitchen doorway, the boy's face held the expression of someone seeing something he had built and being unable to name the feeling it produced. The first morning, they were all at the table together, was a Thursday. Izuku had made rice and eggs and miso soup. Tabita had improved on the eggs, adding dashi and green onion from a grocery run he had made the previous day, and the result was the best thing the kitchen had produced to date. La Brava had brewed the coffee according to specifications she had researched obsessively the night before, adjusting the grind and the water temperature until the result was something a person might genuinely choose to drink. Kana had contributed nothing to the cooking but had set the table, distributing plates and cups with the efficiency of a woman who had spent her life preparing for missions and was now applying the same focus to tableware. Kaname had fixed the wobbly leg on the table La Brava was sitting at because it had started creaking again and he refused to tolerate it. Eri sat in the center. She was eating omuris, Izuku's, made the way she liked it, with extra ketchup in a smiley face on top because she had asked for that once, and he had done it every time since. She ate with both hands. Ketchup was on her chin. She was surrounded by 5 adults who had, individually and without coordination, arranged themselves in a configuration that placed her at the center of everything. The coffee shop was alive. The conversation was a patchwork. Tabita explaining something absurd about the fluid dynamics of his elasticity quirk, La Brava correcting him with data she had pulled from a commission quirk registry she'd hacked 3 days ago, Kaname grunting in agreement at intervals that suggested he was listening more carefully than his face indicated, Kaina saying very little but present in a way that carried its own weight. Eri moved between them. She sat with Tabita while he talked, her head tilted, absorbing his words with the seriousness of a student who had never been allowed to learn things that weren't related to her quirk's extraction potential. She let Kaname put her on his shoulders again. She watched Kaina sharpen a small folding knife on a whetstone she kept in her back pocket, and Eri's eyes tracked the motion of the blade against the stone with fascination. "Can you teach me?" Eri asked. Kaina looked at her. The gold eyes assessed the request. Her hands stilled. "When you're older," Kaina said. Then after a pause, "I'll teach you." Eri's face performed something extraordinary. It rearranged itself around a feeling that was new enough to look almost painful. The experience of being told when you're older, which contains inside it the assumption that there will be an older, that there is a future, that someone plans to be in it with you. Izuku stood in the kitchen doorway. He watched them, all of them. The table, the food, the light through the windows he had uncovered, the people who had walked through his door one at a time and chosen to stay. He had no name for what he was looking at. He decided he did not need one. His right hand found his left arm. He held it. His eyes were green. The Kakugan stayed off. In the morning light of the coffee shop, he was just a boy in a doorway, and the thing he was guarding was the thing he had built without knowing he was building it. 2 more found the coffee shop in the weeks that followed. Moroku came first, a thin, angular man in his mid-20s with a jaw like a blade and eyes that never stopped moving. He had been a low-level member of the Shi Hasaikai, handling supply routes and logistics for the organization's legitimate fronts, and he had left 3 months before Overhaul's purge because the smell coming from below the compound had changed from antiseptic to something he recognized as despair. He owed Izuku a debt he understood he could never repay. The boy who tore the Hasaikai apart had spared the lowest-level members, the ones whose hands were dirty, but whose hearts had been too weak to stop what was happening above their pay grade. Moroku's quirk was Shadow Step, the ability to move through connected shadows as though they were doorways, stepping into a shadow here and emerging from a shadow there, with a transit time measured in fractions of a second. He handled the team's physical logistics from the day he arrived, safe routes, supply lines, escape corridors mapped through the city's shadow network. Hitomi arrived on a rainy afternoon, escorted by La Brava, who had found her in a commissioned data dump and tracked her to a bus station where she had been sitting for 3 days with nowhere to go. She was 19. Small, pallid, with close-cut brown hair and eyes that looked through people in a way that made them deeply uncomfortable. Her quirk was called Intention. She could read the purpose behind a person's actions in real time, perceiving the invisible architecture of decision and motivation the way others perceived color or sound. She had been a commission experiment subject, one of the agency's unsanctioned quirk development projects designed to produce intelligence assets from children whose abilities could be weaponized for surveillance. She had escaped during the chaos of the Liberation Front's expanding operations. She had been running since. She sat at the counter on her first morning and looked at each person in the room, one at a time, and the expression on her face shifted with every face she read. When she got to Izuku, she stopped. Her eyes went wide. She stared at him for a very long time. "What do you see?" Izuku asked. "Everything is pointed at her," Hitomi said. She was looking at Eri. "Everything you are. Every decision you've made since you walked through that door. It all points at her." Izuku poured her coffee. She stayed. The Hero Public Safety Commission found the coffee shop 6 weeks after Izuku settled in. The commission had been building its case through aggregated intelligence, cross-referencing the eye-patch demon file with incident reports from USJ, Hosu City, and the Hasaikai compound. La Brava had intercepted their preliminary location estimates 4 days before the team arrived, and she had laid the intercepted data on the kitchen table in front of Izuku at 11 p.m. alongside a decrypted operational brief that outlined the commission's approach. 6 operatives, commission-trained, quirk-enhanced, authorized for lethal force, designated to arrive between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. on the projected date. Izuku read the brief. He set it down. He looked at Kaina, who was sitting across from him, sharpening her folding knife. 6, he said. "I know. They'll come from the east alley, standard commission breach pattern, 2 forward, 2 flanking, 2 on overwatch." Kaina's blade made a sound against the whetstone. "I trained half of them. The overwatch pair will set up on the rooftop to the northeast. They favor elevation over concealment because the commission teaches them that height equals advantage." "Does it?" Her gold eyes met his green ones. A smile that belonged to a woman who had spent years being the commission's high-ground answer to every problem. "It does," she said, "until someone better is already there." They came at 3:14 a.m., 6 operatives, armored, quirk-enhanced, moving through the east alley in the standard formation Kaina had predicted, 2 forward with kinetic barrier quirks, 2 flanking through the connecting side street, 2 climbing the northeast rooftop for Overwatch. The Overwatch pair reached the rooftop and found Kaina Tsutsumi already prone behind the ventilation housing with her rifle generated and aimed. She fired twice. The first round hit the lead Overwatch operative's barrier generator, a small device mounted on his chest that projected a kinetic dampening field. The device exploded. The second round hit the same operative's right shoulder, spinning him off the rooftop edge. His partner tried to raise a communication device. Kaina's third round removed it from his hand along with 2 fingers. He fell back behind the ventilation housing and stayed there. 2 down. 4 seconds. The flanking pair came through the side street at full sprint. Tabita was waiting. He had spent the previous evening touching every surface within 30 meters of the coffee shop. Walls, pavement, lampposts, dumpsters, and imbuing each one with his elasticity quirk. The lead flanking operative threw a quirk-enhanced punch at the coffee shop's side door. The door's surface bent inward like a trampoline, absorbed the kinetic energy, and threw the punch back at the operative with 3 times its original force. He left the ground backward and hit the building across the alley with an impact that cracked the brickwork. The second flanking operative fired a quirk-generated projectile, a hardened spike of bone, launched from his wrist at approximately the speed of a crossbow bolt. The spike hit the alley wall, bounced off the elastic surface, ricocheted into the pavement, bounced again, and struck the operative in his own thigh. He went down screaming. 4 down. 11 seconds, the 2 forward operatives cleared the east alley and turned toward the coffee shop's front entrance. Kaname Hyodo was standing in the street. His hands were in the pockets of his canvas jacket. He looked at the 2 operatives, young, armored, radiating the particular confidence of people who have been trained extensively and tested rarely, and he pulled his hands from his pockets. Gravity released. Both operatives left the ground, their boots separating from the pavement and kavifdisli had their bodies floating upward with an acceleration that went from gentle to violent in the space of a breath. They rose 12 feet in 1 second, their arms pinwheeled. Their quirks, barrier types, designed for deflecting incoming force, had nothing to push against because there was nothing coming at them. They were simply falling upward, the gravitational anchoring of their bodies severed, and the experience of weightlessness combined with the visual reality of the street getting farther away produced the kind of primal panic that training could not address. Kaname held them there, 12 feet up, floating. He looked at them with the patience of a man who had been doing this for longer than they had been alive. "Think about this," he said. "You are 12 feet in the air. I can redirect your fall at any angle I choose. You can hit the street, you can hit the wall, you can hit each other, or I can hold you here until your handlers realize you failed and send someone to collect you." He let the options settle. Settle. Which would you prefer? They chose to be held 6 commission operatives, 31 seconds. The entire engagement was so one-sided it bordered on embarrassment. Izuku stepped out of the coffee shop's front door after the last operative was neutralized. He walked into the street where the wreckage of the commission's plan lay scattered across the pavement and the rooftops and the elastic surfaces of the alley. He found the 1 operative still fully conscious. The first Overwatch agent, the one Kana had shot in the shoulder, who had crawled to the edge of the rooftop and was watching the street below with an expression of professional recalculation. Izuku looked up at him. His kakugan was off. His eyes were green. He looked like a teenager in a jacket standing on a cracked sidewalk at 3 a.m., and the disparity between what he looked like and what the operative now understood him to be was the widest gap in the man's career. "Stand up," Izuku said. The operative stood. Blood ran down his arm. His face was the face of a professional who has just learned something new about the world and is trying to decide what to do with the information. "Go back," Izuku said. "Deliver a message. Say it the way I say it. 7 words. The operative waited. "Do not send more teams. Send no one." The operative memorized it. He descended from the rooftop using his one good arm and walked away into the pre-dawn streets of the gray zone, bleeding and recalibrated, carrying 7 words that would reach the commission's new leadership desk by 9 a.m. The report was read in a conference room on the top floor of the commission's provisional headquarters. A room with a long table and 17 empty chairs that used to hold the old commission's senior leadership before the organization imploded. The new director, a woman named Harada, appointed to rebuild what was left, read the operative's debrief in full. She read the 7-word message. She read the accompanying field assessment, which described a team of unknown composition operating out of an unregistered location with response capabilities that exceeded anything the Commission's strike teams were equipped to counter. She set the report down. She folded her hands. The room stayed empty. For now. The Underground sent its envoy on a cold morning in late November. 6 men in expensive coats arrived at the coffee shop at 10 a.m. They represented the 6 largest remaining criminal organizations in Japan, operations that had survived the Eye Patch Demons' hunting runs and the Liberation Front's expanding chaos and the general collapse of the old power structures that used to keep the underground organized. They came because the underground had been watching, and what it had seen was a boy who had dismantled 14 criminal operations, consumed over 30 registered villain quirk factors, and walked through everything thrown at him without losing ground. The underground had a word for what he was. It had been using it for months. The envoy sat at the coffee shop's largest table. Tobita served coffee. The envoy's lead negotiator, a man named Deku, silver-haired, immaculate, representing a syndicate that ran half the ports on Japan's eastern coast, laid out the offer with the structured elegance of a man who had been making deals in rooms like this for 30 years. Territory, resource networks, supply chains, information infrastructure. A formal consolidation of the underground's fractured power structures under a single recognized authority. And the title, the One-Eyed King, spoken aloud for the first time in Izuku's presence, given weight by 6 organizations' combined endorsement. Izuku listened. He drank his coffee. He let Deku finish every clause, every number, every conditional, because the man had prepared this and deserved to see it delivered in full. A long silence filled the room. "I'm just eating," Izuku said. The envoy exchanged glances. Doku's composure held, but something behind it shifted. The recalculation of a man who had misjudged the nature of the animal he was trying to put a leash on. They left. The coffee was good. They said so on the way out. 2 weeks later, 3 of the 6 organizations ceased to exist. Izuku took them apart in consecutive nights, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, moving through their operations with a thoroughness that the survivors described in terms usually reserved for natural disasters. The first was a trafficking ring that used Musutafu's port infrastructure. Izuku entered through the shipping container they used as a central office and walked out through the loading dock 40 minutes later with 3 new quirk factors integrated into his kagune and the organization's leadership scattered across the concrete in configurations that would require dental records to identify. The second was a weapons distribution network operating from beneath a legitimate electronics store. Moroku mapped the entry points through the building's shadow network. Kaina provided overwatch. Tobita sealed the exits. Izuku went in alone and came out alone, and the weapons cache burned behind him. The third was the largest, a combined narcotics and extortion operation that controlled 4 city blocks and employed over 100 street-level enforcers. This one required the full team. Kaname pulled the ground-level guards into the air and held them there, while Miroku moved through the shadows and opened every locked door from the inside. La Brava scrambled the operation's communication systems in 11 seconds. Hitomi read the intention of every person in the building and identified the ones who would fight and the ones who would run, and the distinction determined who Izuku engaged and who was allowed to leave. Izuku cleared the building floor by floor. His kagune moved through the hallways with a speed and force that left structural damage in its wake. Walls cracked, doors torn from hinges, support columns bearing the impact marks of tentacles that hit harder than wrecking balls. The enforcers who fought were ended. The ones who surrendered were released through exits Miroku held open. The operations leadership, 7 men sitting in a top-floor office behind reinforced doors, heard the sounds approaching floor by floor and made the kind of peace with their lives that takes minutes when you have them and seconds when you realize you only have seconds. Izuku came through their door. The next morning, the remaining 3 organizations sent a second envoy. This one brought tribute, resources, territory maps, intelligence files, everything the first envoy had offered laid on the coffee shop table without conditions. Izuku accepted it the way a person accepts the morning, because it was there, because refusing it required more energy than receiving it, and because the things being offered could keep the coffee shop running and keep Eri safe and keep the team supplied for the work ahead. The Underground's Whisper network carried the news within hours. The Eye Patch Demon had been offered a crown. He had ignored it. The crown had been placed in front of him and pushed closer until walking around it became a detour, and he had picked it up because it was in the way. The One-Eyed King was a king, the way a wildfire is a landowner. The title described the effect, nothing more. The hero world noticed. The underground had noticed. Both systems, the one that operated in the light and the one that operated beneath it, stopped treating Izuku Midoriya as a problem to be solved and began treating him as a feature of the landscape. Something permanent. Something that had to be navigated around, because moving through it was a losing proposition for anyone who had tried. Izuku went back inside the coffee shop. He poured a cup for Kana, who was sitting at the counter reading a weapon specification document La Brava had pulled from a seized intelligence file. He poured one for himself. They sat side by side and drank in a silence that had become familiar. The particular frequency of two people who had been through enough separately that being together in the same room doing nothing was its own form of communication. Her shoulder was an inch from his. She turned a page. He refilled her cup without being asked. The silence stayed where it was. It had everything it needed. Shigaraki Tomura made contact on a Tuesday night. The message arrived through a channel Moroku flagged as hostile. A dead drop in the shadow network, placed by someone who understood shadow infrastructure well enough to access it without a shadow step quirk. The message was handwritten. The handwriting was unsteady. 2 sentences. The One-Eyed King. Tomorrow, midnight. The overpass at 5th and Katsura. Alone. Izuku went alone. The overpass was a concrete span over a dead canal in the industrial district, the same general area where Izuku had slept under bridges during his first weeks on the streets. Shigaraki was waiting. He stood in the center of the overpass with his hands in his pockets and the severed hand absent from his face for the first time in any known public appearance. The face underneath was pale, thin, scarred around the eyes and the lips, and the expression on it was the expression of a man who had been told his entire life that he was destined for something and was beginning to suspect the something was a lie. Izuku walked to within 10 feet of him and stopped. They looked at each other. 2 figures standing on a bridge over a dead waterway in a city that was slowly losing its grip on the fiction that the hero system could hold. "You've gotten bigger," Shigaraki said. His voice carried the sandpaper rasp of someone who talked too little and screamed too much. "Last time I saw you, you were eating my Nomu. You ran. I made a strategic retreat." The rage flickered. The old rage, the one that had been growing since he was a child, fed and shaped and aimed by the man who had raised him. But something else lived next to the rage now. An awareness. The awareness of a person who had seen enough of the world to suspect that what he wanted from it and what it wanted from him were 2 different things. "I'm building something," Shigaraki said. "The Paranormal Liberation Front, 100,000 strong. Quirk-enhanced soldiers, liberation ideology, the full architecture. We're going to break the hero system, tear it down to the foundation, and build something honest on top of it. And you came to ask me to join. I came to ask you to stand with us. Your power, your people, your territory rolled into the front's advance. We move together. The hero system falls faster, less collateral." Izuku looked at him. The Kakugan stayed dormant. His green eyes studied Shigaraki with the attention of someone reading a book whose ending he had already guessed. "You want to break the world," Izuku said. "I just want to eat the parts of it that deserve it." Shigaraki's jaw tightened. The rage surged. Visible, physical, his fingers twitching at his sides with the urge to touch something and turn it to dust. The overpass railing beside him began to flake. Gray cracks spread across the concrete where his proximity alone was causing decay. "You think you can stay outside this?" Shigaraki said. The voice had gone low. "You think your little coffee shop and your little team get to exist in a world that's already burning? The Commission wants you dead. The heroes want you caged. Every system that exists would rather you didn't, and you think standing in the middle is an option? I'm standing where I want to stand." Shigaraki's hand shot out and touched the railing. It crumbled. Concrete and steel and rebar disintegrating into gray powder that cascaded over the edge and fell into the dead canal below. The destruction was instant and total, and the sound of it, a dry, grinding whisper, filled the overpass like static. His eyes were red and wide and burning with the particular light of a person who has been told no by someone whose opinion he wanted. Izuku's Kakugan activated. Just the eye. The left one. Black sclera flooding the white, red iris igniting, veins spreading from the socket. The kagune stayed retracted. The tentacles stayed in his spine. He stood on the overpass with his hands at his sides and his left eye blazing and his right eye green, and the message was clear without a single word of elaboration. Finish the thought and find out what happens. Shigaraki read it. His fingers flexed. The dust from the railing settled on his shoes. He stepped back. "You'll regret this," Shigaraki said. "I've regretted things before. It's survivable." Shigaraki turned. He walked off the overpass. The night took him. 1 week later, the Paranormal Liberation Front launched its war. The team watched it from the coffee shop's roof. Izuku, Kaina, Kaname, Tobita, and La Brava standing in a line on the flat concrete surface while the skyline to the south burned. 3 cities under simultaneous assault. Hero agencies scrambled. The Commission's remnant infrastructure collapsed under the weight of an offensive it had spent months failing to predict. Smoke columns rose against the orange sky. 6 of them visible from the rooftop, each one marking a district where the front's forces had breached the hero perimeter. The distant sound of explosions arrived seconds after the flashes, the delay making the destruction feel removed, dreamlike, the kind of catastrophe that happens to other people. La Brava had her laptop open. Data streamed across the screen. Intercepted communications, Hero Agency distress calls, Liberation Front operational chatter. She parsed it in real time, her fingers moving over the keyboard with the speed of someone who processed information the way water finds cracks. 3 of the front's operations are hitting civilian districts, La Brava said. Her voice was flat with the forced composure of a person suppressing horror. Camino Ward, residential. Gunga Mountain, evacuation site, and the east side of Musutafu, 6 blocks from here. Izuku read the data over her shoulder. His Kakugan was active. His face was the face of someone performing triage on a situation that offered only bad options and worse ones. The east side hits civilians, he said. Confirmed. The front's forces are pushing through a residential zone to access the Hero Agency's staging ground behind it. They're using the neighborhood as a corridor. Izuku straightened. His kagune extended, 4 tentacles unfurling from his lower back with the sound of scales sliding against scales. He looked at his team. Kaname. East side. Clear the civilians from the corridor. Get them south. Kaname nodded. His quirk hummed. Izuku could feel the gravitational field shifting around the old man's body, readying itself. Tobita. The staging ground behind the residential zone. The heroes there will need the front's advance slowed, bounce everything the front throws at the staging ground back the way it came. Tobita cracked his knuckles. La Brava was already standing, her hand on his shoulder, her love quirk priming. Kaina. High ground. Musutafu Tower, the east face. Pick off anything that gets past the corridor. Kaina's rifle materialized from her elbow, keratin and muscle fiber assembling into the long barrel in 3 seconds. She stepped to the rooftop's edge and her feet found an invisible platform in the air. Airwalk. She rose and the city skyline caught her silhouette, and for 1 second she looked like a figure from a painting. The kind of painting that hangs in a museum and makes people feel something they can only describe as awe. Miroku, Shadow Network. Get Eri to the fallback location. Miroku stepped from a shadow at the rooftop's edge. Eri was behind him, already wearing her coat, her face tight and her eyes carrying the ancient steadiness that came from a child who had survived worse than this and knew how to hold herself together while the world was loud. Izuku crouched in front of her. His Kakugan dimmed. His eyes were green. "I'll be back," he said. "You always say that." "Because it's always true." She looked at him. Then she reached out and flicked his forehead with 1 finger. A gesture she had learned from Kaina, who did it to Izuku when he said things that were obvious. "Go," Eri said. He went. The east side of Musutafu that night became a case study in the difference between Shigaraki's war and Izuku's. The Liberation Front pushed 100 soldiers through the residential corridor. Izuku met them at the corridor's entrance. His kagune hit the leading edge of the advance like a wall falling sideways. 4 tentacles spread across the width of the street, scaled, blood red, each one longer and heavier than they had been 6 months ago. The accumulated quirk factors from a year of consumption, making them denser and faster than anything the front soldiers had been briefed on. The first wave crumbled. Bodies went into walls, into the street, into each other. The second wave brought quirk users, projectile types, enhancer types, a man with a liquefaction ability that turned the asphalt under Izuku's feet into a slurry. Izuku's kagune drove into the asphalt and anchored him. The tentacles hit the quirk users in sequence, each strike targeted at the limb or joint that powered their ability. The projectile type lost the use of her arms. The enhancer type lost the use of his legs. The liquefaction man watched a tentacle approach his face at a speed his eyes could barely register and decided, in the half-second he had left to decide things, that the Liberation Front's cause was less important than his skull. In 20 minutes, the corridor was clear. Kaname had moved the civilians south. Tobita and La Brava had turned the staging ground into a funhouse of redirected violence. Every blast, every projectile, every rushing body that entered the zone came back out at angles the front's forces couldn't predict. Kaina picked off the runners from her tower perch, each shot a different distance, each one a hit. The front pulled back from the east side before midnight. Their operational planners filed a report the next morning that described the engagement in terms usually reserved for encounters with high-level hero teams. Unknown hostile force operating in the Musutafu East residential corridor. Composition, estimated 5 to 7 combatants. Result, total failure of advance. Recommendation, avoid engagement. Izuku went back to the coffee shop at 3 a.m. His kagune was retracted. His shirt was torn. He had blood on his hands, Liberation Front blood, the kind that came from people who had chosen violence and found more of it than they'd planned for. He washed his hands at the kitchen sink. He made tea. He brought a cup to the back room where Eri was asleep on her mattress, Moroku stationed in the corner shadow, his eyes open and watchful. Izuku sat beside the mattress. He watched her breathe. The tea cooled in his hands. Over the next 3 nights, he went out and took apart every Liberation Front operation that had touched civilians during the war's opening phase, each one a targeted action. Each one executed with the team providing support. Kaina's overwatch, Tobita's elastic traps, Kaname's gravitational control, La Brava's intelligence feeding them real-time data on every target's internal layout and personnel count. Hitomi sat in the coffee shop and monitored communication channels, her perception quirk parsing the intention behind intercepted messages and flagging the ones that meant someone was about to do something irreversible. By the end of the week, the Paranormal Liberation Front's war and Izuku Midoriya's war had been running in parallel for 5 days, and the difference between them was visible from orbit. Shigaraki burned cities. Izuku removed the parts of the fire that touched people who never asked to be burned. The hero system fought Shigaraki head-on. Izuku fought the edges, the places where the war's violence spilled over into lives that had been inside the blast radius by accident rather than choice. He was sitting on the coffee shop roof one morning, alone, watching the smoke still rising from the south where Shigaraki's forces and the hero agencies were locked in a grinding engagement, when Kaina came up through the roof access door and sat beside him. They sat in the pre-dawn gray. The sky above the smoke was the color of bruised skin. If you were to write a story with me in the lead role, Izuku said to the skyline, it would certainly be a tragedy. Kaina looked at him, her gold eyes were steady. Maybe, she said, but you're still writing it. He looked at her. She looked back. The distance between their shoulders closed by an inch. Neither of them commented on it. The villain came to the coffee shop on a night when the wind was wrong. Hitomi felt him first. She was sitting at the counter, reading through intercepted data, and her head snapped up as though a sound only she could hear had torn through the room. Her eyes went wide. Her face lost its color in a wave that ran from her forehead to her chin. Something's coming, she said. Something that wants to eat what we are. He arrived through the front wall. The wall exploded inward. Concrete and brick and the iron rebar Izuku had used to reinforce the structure, spraying across the coffee shop's front room in a wave of debris that shredded the counter and sent chairs spinning like shrapnel. The impact was so sudden and so total that the building shook to its foundations, and the sound of it, a deep, grinding boom that vibrated in the chest, was the sound of something that did not respect doors using its own preferred entrance. He was massive, 8 feet tall, built like a siege tower, with a quirk that radiated from his body in waves of visible distortion. The air around him rippling and bending, like reality itself was having trouble keeping him in focus. His name was Gigantomachia's successor, or that's what the Liberation Front called him. His real name was Shibata, and his quirk was something the Front's scientists had enhanced and layered until it encompassed 4 different abilities: strength amplification, sensory homing, regenerative plating, and a concussive output that turned his fists into localized earthquakes. He was here because the Liberation Front had identified the coffee shop as the operational center of the force that had been dismantling their civilian targeting operations. He was here because Shigaraki had sent him. He was here to break what Izuku had built. Tobita hit him first. The elastic pavement outside the coffee shop caught Shibata's next step and launched him sideways into the building across the street. The impact cratered the wall. Shibata stood up from the rubble and laughed, a deep, vibrating sound that made the debris around him dance. Kaname pulled. Gravity severed beneath Shibata's feet, and the villain rose, 4 feet, 8 feet, 12 feet, his massive body ascending toward the sky. Shibata's sensory homing locked onto Kaname's position, and his fist swung downward at empty air. The concussive output fired. A shockwave blasted outward from his knuckles and hit the street below like a bomb. Pavement erupting, windows blowing out, the coffee shop's remaining intact wall bowing inward from the pressure wave. Kana fired from the roof. 3 rounds, spaced 1 second apart, aimed at the joints between Shibata's regenerative plates. The first round hit his shoulder seam. The keratin bullet punched through the gap and buried itself in the muscle beneath. The second round hit his knee. The third hit his neck, just below the jaw. Shibata's regenerative plating sealed over all 3 wounds in under 2 seconds. He turned his head toward Kaina's position. His eyes found her. He fell from the sky, Kaname's gravity hold broken by the sheer mass of the villain reasserting itself against the quirk's pull, and he landed on the street with an impact that sent cracks radiating outward for 30 meters. His fist hit the ground, and the concussive wave aimed itself up the building toward the roof where Kana was positioned. She air-walked. The invisible platform caught her 2 feet above the roofline, and the concussive wave passed beneath her, shearing the rooftop's surface clean. Shibata charged the coffee shop again. Tobita bounced him. The elastic pavement caught him and threw him back, but Shibata had learned. His regenerative plating thickened around his feet, anchoring him, and the elastic surface couldn't generate enough force to launch his increased mass. He pushed through. 1 step, 2, 3. The pavement fought him, and he walked through it like a man wading through waist-deep water, and his eyes were locked on the coffee shop's broken front wall. He was looking for Eri. The word went through the team like an electric current. La Brava, monitoring from the upper floor, intercepted a Liberation Front command frequency that identified the target, recover the rewind asset. Lethal force authorized on all others, asset, the word that Overhaul had used, the word that turned a child into a resource. Shibata reached the broken wall. He put his hands on the edges of the gap and began to widen it, his strength amplification tearing through the reinforced concrete like it was wet clay. His head ducked through the opening. His eyes swept the ruined front room. Eri was standing at the back of the room. Miroku was behind her, one hand on her shoulder, a shadow escape ready at his feet. Eri's face was tight. Her eyes were ancient. The look on her face was the look of a child who has been hunted before and is watching the hunter find her again and is trying to just hope is worth the energy. Shibata saw her. He grinned. His hand reached out. The sound that came from behind him was the sound of 6 limbs erupting from a single body at once. The kagune tore through the coffee shop's broken ceiling from above. Izuku had been on the roof, watching the fight develop, waiting for the moment when the threat committed itself and its intent became irreversible. The 4 original tentacles drove downward like a cage of red-scaled spears, slamming into Shibata's back and driving him face-first into the floor. The impact cratered the concrete. The 2 additional kagune limbs, the centipede appendages, segmented and heavy, grown since the Hasaikai compound, wrapped around Shibata's torso from both sides and squeezed. The incomplete kakuja flickered. White bone plating spread across Izuku's left shoulder and up his neck. Fragments of the higher form, unstable, manifesting in pieces. His kakugan blazed. The double-layered sound started in his throat. Two voices, one human, one something deeper. Shibata's regenerative plating cracked under the kagune's pressure. His strength amplification surged, he pushed upward, trying to rise, and for 1 second his raw force and Izuku's kagune held in equilibrium, the coffee shop's floor groaning under the competing pressures. Izuku's tentacles tightened. The regenerative plating sheared off in sections, chunks of quirk-generated armor falling away like scales from a dying fish. Shibata's body beneath the plating was dense and muscled, and it broke under the squeeze with the sound of something structural giving way. 4 tentacles pinned him, 2 held his arms, the centipede limbs wrapped around his legs. Izuku dropped through the ceiling and landed on Shibata's back, and his weight, negligible compared to the villain's mass, felt infinite because of what was attached to it. The kakuja receded. The bone plating fell away. Izuku's face was visible. White hair, red eye, green eye, an expression that was beyond anger, beyond hunger, landing somewhere in the territory of absolute verdict. He crouched on Shibata's back. He leaned down until his mouth was close to the villain's ear. All the suffering in the world comes from someone's inability to stop. The kagune struck. 1 hit to the spine. Shibata stopped moving. Izuku fed. Izuku fed. The quirk factors absorbed into his system. The strength amplification, the regenerative plating at the concussive output. Each one integrating into the kagune's baseline capability and pushing it further past the threshold of what should be physically possible. His tentacles thickened. The scales hardened. The response speed of the entire kagune system accelerated by a margin he could feel in his bones. He stood up from the body. He looked at the ruined coffee shop. The front wall was gone. The counter was destroyed. The tables were splinters. Glass and concrete dust covered every surface. He looked at Eri. She was standing where she had been standing, Moroku's hand still on her shoulder, her face tight, her eyes on his. "Are you a hero?" she asked. The question had the same shape as the first time she had asked it, in a white room, in a compound, with bandaged arms and a voice that barely existed. But the voice was stronger now. The arms were healed. The question was the same, and the girl asking it was different to Desaya, and the difference was everything. "Heroes don't look like me," he said. Eri looked at him, at the blood, at the kakugan fading in his left eye, at the tentacles retracting into his spine, at the boy underneath all of it. Tired, 17, standing in the wreckage of the home he had built for her. "I think you're wrong about that," she said. He stared at her. His mouth opened, closed, his right hand found his left arm and gripped it. "Yeah," he said. "Maybe." The aftermath filled the rest of the night. Kaina came down from her elevated position and walked through the wreckage with the focus of someone assessing damage and converting it into repair timelines. Tabita and La Brava arrived from the upper floor. La Brava carrying her laptop, Tabita carrying the emergency supply kit he kept under his bed. Kaname lowered himself through the broken ceiling and landed on the rubble with a grunt, his back protesting. They worked. Tabita braced the remaining walls with his elasticity quirk, imbuing the surfaces with enough spring to hold the structure up while they planned permanent repairs. Kaina rigged a tarp over the missing wall. Kaname swept debris. La Brava checked her encrypted archives. 7 locations, all intact. The team's full history still preserved. Izuku carried Eri to the back room. The mattress was dusty, but undamaged. He set her on it. She grabbed his wrist. "Stay," she said. He sat beside her. She fell asleep with her hand on his wrist, and her breathing slow, and her face, for the first time that night, carrying the expression of a child who believes she is safe because the person beside her has proven it enough times that the belief has become a fact. Outside, in the ruined front room, Kaina sat beside Lady Nagant's rifle on the floor and waited for the sun. Kaname sat beside her, then Tobita and La Brava, then Moroku, then Hitomi. One by one, the team gathered in the wreckage and sat among the debris and said very little because the silence between them already held what needed to be held. They had been hurt. The coffee shop had been damaged. The structure Izuku had built around Eri had taken a hit that cracked its walls and broke its windows. It held. They knew it held. The knowing changed something. The thing they had been, a collection of discarded people who happened to end up in the same building, became the thing they chose to be, a family. The word was imprecise and sentimental and completely accurate. Dawn came through the tarp. The light was gray and then gold and then warm. Izuku came out of the back room. He stood in the kitchen doorway and looked at his team sitting among the wreckage, and the expression on his face was the expression of a man who has been handed something he was certain he did not deserve and has decided to keep it anyway. The coffee shop was rebuilt in a week. Kaname led the construction. Tabita reinforced every surface with embedded elasticity. Kaina installed sight lines. Windows placed at angles that gave her clear shooting positions from 3 different rooms. La Brava wired a security system through the building's electrical framework, piggybacking on the gray zone's unmonitored power grid. The new front wall was stronger than the old one. The counter was replaced. The tables were rebuilt. The coffee machine survived, the single indestructible object in the building, apparently. And Izuku cleaned it and ran a fresh pot, and the smell that filled the restored coffee shop was the smell of a place that had been broken and repaired and was better for it. Aries' room gained a lock on the inside. Izuku installed it himself. She tested it 17 times the first day, locking and unlocking. The mechanisms click, providing a reassurance that had nothing to do with physical security and everything to do with the concept of having a door that only she could open. The nightmares continued. They were less frequent now, 2 per week instead of nightly. And when they came, Izuku was there. He sat beside her mattress and waited and said nothing, because sometimes the best thing another person could offer was the proof that they were present, that the room was real, that the walls were standing and the door was locked and the monsters from the dream stayed in the dream. On a night 3 weeks after the attack, after Eri had fallen back to sleep and the coffee shop was still, Kana found Izuku on the roof. He was sitting with his legs hanging over the edge, looking at the city. The skyline was partially changed, gaps where buildings had been before the Liberation Front's war. Reconstruction scaffolding rising like metal skeletons, the distant sound of machinery working through the night to rebuild what had been destroyed. She sat beside him. Her rifle was absent, the first time he had seen her on a rooftop without it. Her hands were empty. She sat close enough that her shoulder pressed against his, and neither of them adjusted the contact. They sat in the pre-dawn hours and watched the city breathe. "You made her feel safe," Kaina said. "We made her feel safe. You started it. You carried her out of that compound with nothing. You found this building. You cooked rice on a camping stove that was burned on one side every time. You gave her a room with a door. Anyone would have done that." No. She looked at him. Her gold eyes were steady, and the word landed between them with the weight of someone who had spent her life surrounded by people who would absolutely, certainly have failed to do that. "You did it. You. Accept the credit and stop pretending it belongs to someone else." He looked at her. The city behind them, the roof beneath them, the sound of Aries breathing faintly audible through the open access door. His hand was on the roof beside him. Her hand was beside his. The distance between them was measured in centimeters and shrinking. "I don't know how to do this," he said. "The roof sitting, you've been doing it for months." "That isn't what I mean." "I know what you mean." Her hand found his. The contact was steady and warm and carried the weight of 2 people who had been alone for long enough to forget what company felt like and were remembering it together in the pre-dawn on a rooftop, with a city rebuilding itself below them and a child sleeping safely in the room underneath. He didn't pull away. She didn't let go. The night held them both. The Hero Public Safety Commission died in a conference room at 11:43 p.m. on a Thursday. What killed it was a classified order, Operation Rewind, filed internally, approved by Director Harada, mandating the recovery and integration of the subject-designated Eri into the Commission's Quirk Asset Rehabilitation Program. The stated purpose: use the child's rewind quirk to heal heroes injured during the Liberation Front's war. The actual purpose was the same purpose the Commission had always served: the accumulation and management of power. Dressed in the language of public safety, 3 sanctioned heroes were assigned to the extraction. They were given a location, a target description, and a mandate that classified the coffee shop's inhabitants as hostile combatants, subject to lethal engagement if they resisted. La Brava pulled the order from the Commission's encrypted server at 11 p.m. She had been running passive monitoring on the Commission's internal network for 4 months, a series of backdoor access points she had planted through compromised workstations, each one feeding her a live stream of the Commission's classified traffic. She printed the order. She walked downstairs. She set it on the kitchen table in front of Izuku. He read it. Every line, every clause, every signature at the bottom. 3 names. 3 people who had approved the retrieval of a child from the only home she had ever known. He set the paper down. His right hand found his left. He held it. His thumb rested against the knuckle of his index finger, but he did not crack it. He just held it there. Still, his kakugun turned on. It did not flicker. It did not pulse. It activated, full, immediate, total, the black sclera flooding his left eye's white, the red iris burning with a steady light that filled the kitchen like a heat lamp. The veins spread from the socket across his temple and down his cheekbone, and the pattern they formed was the pattern of something that had decided what it was going to do and was simply waiting for the situation to present itself. Kaina read the order over his shoulder. Her hand went to her elbow. The rifle structures shifted beneath her skin. When? She asked. La Brava? Izuku said. 27 hours. La Brava was standing in the kitchen doorway, Tobita behind her. Her face was taut. Her voice was the voice of someone reporting data while suppressing the urge to scream. They'll approach from the south. 3 heroes, registered. Names, Recluse, Wavefront, and a recently promoted graduate named Skylark. Are they aware of what they're walking into? La Brava's face twisted. The briefing describes this location as a low-security safe house occupied by an unregistered quirk user and associated personnel. It classifies area as a displaced asset pending reintegration. It tells them this is a recovery mission with minimal expected resistance. Izuku's eyes closed. Behind the lids, the kakugan burned. They were lied to, he said, completely. Then they walk away. The 3 heroes arrived 26 hours later at 1 a.m., They came from the south, as La Brava had predicted, moving through the gray zone's unlit streets in a formation that said they expected a standard extraction. Recluse on point, Wavefront covering the flank, Skylark and Overwatch 30 meters back. They were met at the end of the street. Kaname stood in the center of the road. His hands were in his pockets. His expression was the expression of a man who had been a hero for 18 years and recognized the look on these 3 faces. The look of good people following bad orders, carrying out a mission designed by people who would never face its consequences. Turn around, Kaname said. Recluse, a woman with a webbing quirk, mid-30s, competent, stopped. Her eyes assessed Kaname. Her training told her he was a single obstacle between her team and the objective. We have a sanctioned mandate, Recluse said. I know what you have. Stand aside. Kaname pulled his hands from his pockets. Gravity severed beneath Recluse's feet. She rose 3 feet 5'8", her webbing firing downward, anchoring to the pavement, trying to pull herself back to the ground. Kaname's quirk adjusted. The webbing's anchor points left the ground too, the pavement chunks they were attached to floating upward, and Recluse hung in the air surrounded by her own web and the pieces of street it was attached to, the entire assembly drifting like a mobile in a nursery. Wavefront, a man with a kinetic pulse quirk, fired at Kaname. The pulse left his palm and traveled the distance between them, a visible ripple in the air. Tobita's elastic pavement caught it. The pulse hit the ground, rebounded, and struck Wavefront in the chest from below. He left the ground vertically, rising 10 feet before Kaname's gravity caught him and held him there beside Recluse. Skylark, the youngest, newly promoted, 21 years old, and on her first sanctioned operation, looked at her teammates suspended in the air. She looked at the street, which was elastic and hostile. She looked at the buildings, where she could feel the presence of the sniper she couldn't see. She lowered her quirk. She raised her hands. Izuku walked out of the coffee shop. He stood in the street. He looked at the 3 heroes, suspended, bounced, surrendered. And his kakugan burned, and his expression carried the particular exhaustion of a person who had been forced to defend a child from the organizations that were supposed to protect children. These 3 were used, he said. They go back. Kaname lowered them. Gently. Their feet touched the pavement. Recluse's webbing went slack. Wavefront rubbed his chest where the reflected pulse had hit. Izuku crouched in front of Skylark. She was the youngest. She was shaking. Her eyes were wide and wet, and behind the fear was the dawning comprehension of someone who has just realized that the people who sent her here knew what was waiting and sent her anyway. "Stand up," Izuku said. "Take your team. Go back to the commission. Tell Harada these 11 words." He said them. Each syllable fell from his mouth like a nail being driven into wood. "Send anyone near her again and I will come for everything." Skylark memorized the words. Her mouth formed them once, silently, to make sure they were locked. She looked at Izuku, at the white hair, the burning eye, the face of a boy her own age, carrying a weight that made her career feel like a game played with plastic figures. She stood. She gathered her team. They left. The report reached Harada's desk at 9 a.m. She read it in the same conference room where she had signed the extraction order. The 11-word message sat at the bottom of the debrief, underlined twice by the operative who had transcribed it. Harada set the paper down. She looked at the room, the 17 empty chairs, the fluorescent lights, the walls that had heard every order the commission had ever issued, from the sanctioned assassinations to the quirk development experiments to the systematic erasure of anyone who questioned the program. She picked up her phone. She called the 3 heroes and told them the operation was canceled. She called the commission's legal team and told them to begin drawing up dissolution papers. She called nobody else because there was nobody else to call. The Hero Public Safety Commission ended the way it had lived, in a room full of empty chairs under lights that hummed at the direction of a person who had run out of moves and was finally terminally aware of it. The coffee shop's door was locked at 2 a.m. on the night. All of this became irrelevant. Izuku was in the kitchen. Kaina was at the counter. Eri was asleep. The team was scattered through the building. Kaname in his chair, Tobita and Labrava upstairs, Miroku in a shadow, Hitomi reading in the corner. Someone knocked on the front door. The knock was polite. 3 taps, even spacing. The knock of a person who has been alive for a very long time and learned centuries ago that courtesy costs nothing and buys everything. Izuku walked to the door. He opened it. All for One stood on the cracked sidewalk outside the coffee shop in the rain. He was smaller than the files suggested. 5'10", give or take. A slight man in a long coat with a face that had been destroyed and rebuilt and destroyed again, the features smoothed over by regeneration. Quirks until what remained was more suggestion than structure. His eyes were covered by a device that emitted a faint red glow, a sensory apparatus replacing the vision that had been taken from him years ago. His hands were at his sides. His posture was relaxed. The power coming off him was tidal. Izuku could feel it, a pressure in the air, a density in the quirk energy signature that made the oxygen around All for One feel heavier, thicker, laden with the combined weight of every quirk the man had consumed in a lifetime measured in centuries. The smell was overwhelming. Hundreds of stolen abilities layered on top of each other, their chemical signatures blending into something that registered in Izuku's senses as a wall of noise, a city of sense, an entire civilization of power crammed into a single body. "May I come in?" All for One said. His voice was warm, gentle, the kind of voice that makes people comfortable because the person using it has had centuries to learn what comfort sounds like. Izuku stepped aside. All for One entered the coffee shop. He looked at the room. The counter, the tables, the repaired walls, the coffee machine steaming on its shelf. He took in the details with the appreciation of someone who understood the effort behind them. "It's lovely," All for One said. "I mean that. There's a human quality to it. The repairs, the mismatched furniture, the way the space has been made to work with limited resources. It speaks to the person who built it." He sat at the counter. He folded his hands. Izuku walked behind the counter. He poured 2 cups of coffee. He set one in front of All for One. Kaina had moved to the kitchen doorway. Her hand was on her elbow. Her gold eyes tracked all for One's movements with the attention of a woman who had spent her career around powerful people and had never felt anything like what was sitting at the counter. "You know who I am," All for One said. "I know what you've done." That's a longer conversation than one evening allows. He sipped the coffee. This is adequate. Have you considered upgrading your machine? What do you want? All for One set the cup down. He rested his hands on the counter, and the motion was relaxed and unhurried, and the air of a man who has all the time in the world was genuine because he had lived long enough for the statement to be essentially true. I've been watching you, All for One said. Since the beginning. Since Garaki put another man's organs in a quirkless boy's body and the boy survived what should have killed him, I've been watching what you became. Izuku's expression held. You're remarkable, All for One continued. The word gets overused, but in your case, it applies. You were given a body that eats and a world that fears what it feeds. You could have become a weapon for anyone, the Commission, the Underground, Shigaraki's war. Instead, you built a coffee shop. You cooked eggs for a child. You assembled a family from the wreckage of a system that threw all of them away, and you did it while eating the people who deserved to be eaten. He leaned forward, an inch, the air in the room compressed by a measurable degree. I'm here because the old world is dying. Shigaraki's war cracked it. The Commission's collapse broke it further. What's coming next, the thing that replaces the hero system, will be built by whoever has the power and the vision to build it. He paused. I have the power. You have the vision. Together, the new world has both. Izuku drank his coffee. The cup touched his lips and set back down on the counter, and his eyes, both green, Kakugan dormant, held All for One's covered face with the attention of someone listening to an essay and waiting for the thesis statement. You're offering me a partnership, Izuku said. I'm offering you a place at the center of what comes next. A role that has space for what you are. The third thing. The category that never existed until you created it. In the new order, the one-eyed king would be exactly that. A king. With territory, with resources, with the authority to protect the people under his care permanently, without condition, without the threat of commissions or hero agencies or any other institution that treats power as something to be regulated rather than respected. All for One sipped his coffee again. The girl would be safe, he said. Genuinely safe. Protected by a power structure that spans a nation instead of a single city block. Your team would have infrastructure. Your work, the eating, the hunting, the removal of the worst elements, would have the full backing of the new order's resources. Everything you've built, amplified. Everything you've wanted, guaranteed. The offer hung in the air. It was beautiful in the way that lies can be beautiful when they are constructed by someone who has had lifetimes to learn the architecture of temptation. You've thought about this, Izuku said. For quite some time. You mentioned infrastructure, resources, a nation-spanning power structure, all of it within reach. And Izuku Midoriya? Izuku said. Is she within reach too? All for One's posture did not change. His covered face gave nothing away. But the air in the room shifted, a microscopic alteration in the pressure, the kind of change that Izuku's kagune registered before his conscious mind did. Your mother is alive, All for One said, living under a commission-assigned identity in a relocation district in the northern prefecture. She's been monitored, of course, standard procedure for relatives of persons of interest. My network has had passive surveillance on her for approximately 18 months. She's well. She works at a... Izuku's cup touched the counter. The sound of ceramic on wood was small and final. His right hand found his left. Thumb against the knuckle of his index finger. Crack. The sound filled the coffee shop. It bounced off the walls and the ceiling and the repaired surfaces and the coffee machine and every object in the room that had been rebuilt from wreckage. The sound was a gunshot. The sound was a door closing. The sound was the end of a conversation and the beginning of something else. All for One heard it. His covered face turned toward Izuku. His posture, relaxed, centuries practiced, tightened by a fraction that would have been invisible to anyone who had been alive for less than 100 years. What's 1,000 minus 7? Izuku said. The words fell into the room like stones into a well. Each one distinct, each one carrying a weight that exceeded its size. All for One understood. He had survived for centuries by understanding, and what he understood now, in the space between the crack of the knuckle and the words that followed, was that the boy sitting across from him had just reclassified him from guest to meal. You would refuse this? All for One said. The warmth was gone from his voice. What replaced it was the true tone, the one that lived beneath the courtesy, old and hard and accustomed to receiving what it wanted. You kept files on my mother. Izuku's Kakugan activated. The left eye flooded black. The red iris ignited. You monitored her. You cataloged her. You processed her the way someone processes data and mentioned her in a room where you were trying to buy me because you thought knowing where she lived was a variable in your equation. He stood up from the counter. Walk outside with me. All for One studied him. The covered face, the sensory apparatus, the centuries of accumulated quirk knowledge behind it, all of it assessed the boy across the counter and arrived at a calculation that, for the first time in living memory, produced a result the ancient villain was unsure of. You understand what you're initiating, All for One said. I understand that you touched her name. All for One stood. He buttoned his coat. He walked to the front door. Izuku followed. The rain was falling in sheets. The street outside the coffee shop was empty. Black pavement reflecting the distant glow of the city's remaining lights. The sky above heavy and low. The world reduced to water and asphalt, and two figures stepping out into it. The team was already in position. Kaina had moved to the rooftop opposite the coffee shop during the conversation. Airwalk, carrying her to the high ground, rifle generated, the barrel extending from her elbow in the rain. Kaname was on the street 30 meters south, his gravity field already active, the air around him humming with potential. Tobita stood at the north end of the block, hands pressed against the walls on either side, his elasticity saturating every surface within range. La Brava was beside him, her love quirk primed, her hand on his shoulder, the depth of her devotion translating into a power multiplier that pushed Tobita's quirk past its baseline and into territory that redrew the rules. Moroku held the shadow network. Hitomi monitored from behind the coffee shop's reinforced back wall, her perception quirk reading All for One's intentions in real time and feeding them through a communication earpiece. La Brava had provided. All for One stood in the rain. The water ran down his coat and pooled at his feet. He raised his arms, a slow theatrical motion, the gesture of a conductor beginning a symphony, and the air around him changed. Stolen quirks activated in sequence. A barrier manifested around his body, layered, stacked, drawing from at least 6 different defensive abilities simultaneously. The ground beneath his feet reinforced itself as a terraformation quirk reshaped the pavement into a platform of compressed stone. The air temperature around him dropped by 10 degrees as a cryokinetic quirk primed itself. The electromagnetic signature of his body spiked as a stored energy projection ability charged. The combined output was staggering. The man standing in the rain was a walking armory, a living compilation of every quirk that had ever been taken from someone who couldn't stop it, and the sum total of that collection radiated from him in waves that made the water droplets around his body freeze and fall as ice. I have lived for centuries, All for One said. I have consumed the quirks of thousands. I have broken All Might. I have broken every symbol this world has ever raised. And you, a boy who eats criminals in alleys and makes breakfast for a child, believe you can stand against the accumulated power of human history itself. Izuku's kagune erupted, 6 tentacles burst from his lower back, 4 originals and 2 centipede limbs, flaring outward in the rain like a crown of blood-red biomass. The scales glistened in the water. The tentacles moved with a fluidity and weight that reflected 2 years of consumed quirk factors, each one adding density, speed, and resilience to the whole. They spread behind him in a fan that was 8 meters wide, and the rain that touched them hissed and steamed from the biological heat radiating through the scaled surfaces. His Kakugan burned. The black sclera was complete. The red iris was a furnace. His white hair was plastered to his forehead by the rain, and the water running down his face traced the veins spreading from his eye socket. He pressed his thumb to the knuckle of his index finger. Crack. 993, he said. All for One attacked first. A beam of compressed energy, white hot, pulled from a stockpile. Quirk that had been charging since the man walked outside, tore from his right hand and crossed the distance between them at the speed of light. It hit Izuku's kagune dead on. 2 tentacles intercepted the beam, crossing in front of his body, and the energy splashed across the scaled surfaces like water hitting heated steel. The scales blackened, the surface layer charred. The regeneration underneath rebuilt the damage before the char could cool. All for One fired again, both hands now, twin beams converging on Izuku's position from two angles. The kagune split. Two tentacles took the left beam. Two took the right. The centipede limbs drove into the ground and launched Izuku forward, directly at All for One through the space between the beams, closing the 30-meter gap in under 2 seconds. A tentacle struck All for One's barrier. The impact produced a sound like a mountain splitting, a deep, bass-heavy concussion that blew the rain sideways for 50 meters in every direction and cracked the windows on every building within the block. The barrier held. Izuku's kagune struck again. Same spot. The barrier's surface rippled. Again. A hairline fracture appeared in the energy field, visible as a thread of light in the defensive shell. All for One shifted quirks. The barrier dropped and was instantly replaced by a kinetic reversal field. Every impact reflected back at its source with multiplied force. Izuku's tentacle hit the field and the force came back at him, slamming into his own kagune with enough energy to tear a normal limb apart. The tentacle buckled. The scales cracked. For 1/2 second, the kagune was compromised. All for One capitalized. A strength-enhanced fist, augmented by at least 3 stacked quirks, drove into Izuku's chest. The impact launched him backward. He hit the pavement and skidded 30 meters, his kagune clawing at the asphalt to break his momentum, leaving 6 parallel gouges in the street. Izuku stood up. The chest wound, ribs cracked, sternum bruised, healed in 4 seconds. His regeneration had been fed by every quirk factor he had consumed in the past year, and the speed of it was visible. Bone realigning beneath the skin, tissue knitting, the body rebuilding itself with an urgency that bordered on aggressive. 986, he said. All for One's head turned. A sound from above, Kana's rifle firing from the rooftop opposite. 3 keratin rounds, each aimed at a different angle, converging on All for One's position from trajectories that traditional barrier flans. Quirks could cover only one at a time. All for One raised his hands. A quirk-generated shield materialized above him, catching the first round. A second shield formed at his left side, catching the second. The third round came from an angle that required him to rotate his body, and in the half-second his torso was turned, Izuku's kagune hit him from behind. 4 tentacles struck the man's back in simultaneous piercing drives. The first punched through the cryokinetic field's outer layer. The second drove into the terraformation platform beneath his feet and ripped it sideways, destroying his footing. The third caught his left arm, the one holding the energy projection quirk, and wrapped around it at the wrist. The fourth drove at his center mass. All for One caught the 4th tentacle with his bare hand. A quirk fired through his palm. A disintegration variant, weaker than Shigaraki's but devastating at point contact, and the tentacle's tip began to decompose. Cells died. The biomass eroded. Izuku's regeneration outpaced the disintegration. The tentacle rebuilt itself around All for One's hand, growing new cells faster than the old ones died, and the grip on the ancient villain's wrist tightened until the bones inside began to compress. All for One released a pulse. Every stolen quirk in his body fired at once, a radial explosion of combined abilities that filled the street with light and force and elemental chaos. Fire, ice, kinetic energy, electromagnetic disruption, air compression. The combined output was apocalyptic. The street cratered. Buildings on both sides of the block lost their facades. The rain evaporated in a sphere around the detonation point, replaced by steam and dust and the electric smell of 100 quirks firing simultaneously. Izuku's kagune shielded his body. The 6 tentacles wrapped around him in a cocoon of scaled biomass, absorbing the pulse's output. The damage was severe. The outer scales charred, cracked, and flaked away in sheets. The tentacles beneath the outer layer held. The regeneration worked in real time, rebuilding the scales from the inside out. The biological machinery operating at a speed that should have been impossible and kept going regardless. The cocoon opened. Izuku stood in the center of a 20-meter crater, steam rising from his kagune, his kakugan blazing, his expression unchanged. 979, he said. All for One's covered face turned toward him. The sensory apparatus glowed brighter. The ancient villain's assessment running, processing, trying to find the pattern, trying to identify the weakness. You regenerate faster than I can damage you, All for One said. The observation was delivered with the academic interest of someone encountering a new species, and you're running out of combinations I haven't adapted to. That was when the kagune started learning in real time. Each quirk All for One deployed left a chemical signature in the air, a residue that Izuku's Kakugan cataloged on contact. The cryokinetic quirk's output carried a specific frequency. The kinetic reversal had a response delay of 0.3 seconds. The energy beam needed a 1.2-second charge between full power shots. The barrier rotated through 6 variants, each with a different structural weak point. Izuku's kagune adapted to each one. The information flowed from his senses to his tentacles, and the biomass restructured itself at the cellular level, hardening against the cryokinetic frequency, adjusting its strike timing to exploit the kinetic reversal's delay, angling its piercing attacks to hit the rotating barrier's weak points during the 0.4-second window between transitions. All for One had never encountered this. In centuries of combat, against heroes, against other villains, against one-for-all successive bearers, he had faced quirks that could resist him, quirks that could challenge him, quirks that could momentarily overcome him. He had never faced something that got harder to fight with every second the fight continued. Something that treated his entire arsenal as data and processed it in real time and came back stronger each pass. Kinda fired again. 4 rounds, rapid succession, each one aimed at a joint in All for One's defensive rotation. The first round caught the gap between the barrier's second and third variants. It punched through the energy field and hit All for One's right shoulder, drawing blood for the first time in the fight. The ancient villain staggered, a single step, the first time his feet had lost position, and in that instant, Kaname pulled. Gravity severed beneath All for One. The most powerful villain in human history left the ground. The disorientation was momentary. All for One had flight quirks, levitation quirks, spatial manipulation quirks, but the momentary was all Izuku needed. His kagune struck. All 6 limbs drove upward at the floating villain from 6 different angles. The centipede appendages hit first, heavier, segmented, carrying the accumulated impact force of every consumed quirk factor, and they hit All for One's barrier while it was transitioning between variants. The barrier cracked. Through the crack, 2 tentacles drove in. One found All for One's left arm and pinned it. The other drove toward his center mass. All for One stole. His hand found one of the tentacles and a quirk theft ability activated. The fundamental power, the one he had been born with, the ability to take from others what made them strong. The quirk fired into the kagune's biomass and searched for the quirk factor to extract. It found nothing it could take, because the kagune was a part of Izuku's transplanted organs, fused at the cellular level, integrated into his body's fundamental biology, as much a part of him as his skeleton or his blood. The theft quirk searched for a separate quirk factor to isolate and found instead a system that was woven into the host body with an intimacy that made extraction equivalent to removing his spine. The quirk theft stuttered. Failed. Tried again. Failed again. All for One's covered face turned toward Izuku. In that face, the face that had been rebuilt and smoothed and destroyed and rebuilt again over centuries, something appeared that had not been there in anyone's living memory. Surprise. What are you? All for One whispered. Tabita bounced. The pavement beneath All for One, imbued with elasticity during Kaname's gravitational suspension, activated. All for One's body hit the elastic surface and was launched upward at a 45-degree angle directly into the path of Kaina's next round. The keratin bullet caught him in the hip. His barrier flickered. Kaname reversed the gravity, slamming the ancient villain downward, and the ground he hit had been primed by Tabita to bounce him sideways into the wall, which was also primed, and the wall threw him back. 3 team members, operating in concert, each action feeding the next. All for One's century-spanning combat experience was processing the combined offensive and finding the pattern and beginning to counter. He raised barriers in the bounce directions. He fired quirks at the walls to destroy the elastic coating, but the pattern shifted because Tobita was adjusting in real time, and La Brava's love quirk was pushing his elasticity past baseline into a range where the bounce vectors changed faster than All for One could track. The ancient villain's composure broke on the 3rd bounce. He let out a sound, the low growl of a predator that has just realized it is being hunted, and his quirks erupted in a radial blast that stripped the elasticity from every surface within 50 meters. The walls went inert. The pavement went flat. Tobita stumbled backward from the feedback, La Brava catching him. All for One landed in the center of the cleared zone. He was damaged. Kaina's rounds had opened wounds that his regeneration was closing, but closing slowly. The keratin rounds left residue in the tissue that his healing quirk had to purge before it could rebuild, and the process cost seconds he was used to having. Izuku hit him. The full kagune struck All for One from the front. A simultaneous drive of all 6 tentacles aimed at the center of his body. The ancient villain's barrier activated, but the gap in the rotation that Izuku's senses had cataloged was still there, and the tentacles hit it at the exact timing Izuku's biological processors had identified, and the barrier failed. 2 tentacles drove into All for One's chest. One entered through the left side, between the ribs, driving deep. The other entered through the right. The piercing damage bypassed every defensive quirk, because piercing concentrated instead of distributed, because the kagune's tips had been hardened by every consumed quirk factor in its history, because the biomass was operating at a frequency that matched nothing in All for One's centuries of experience. Blood sprayed. All for One's blood was the color of old wine, deep, aged, carrying the chemical signatures of 1,000 stolen quirks. It hit the rain and spread. The ancient villain looked down at the 2 tentacles in his chest. His mouth, the smoothed-over line where a mouth had been, opened. Remarkable, he breathed. Izuku's kagune withdrew from his chest and struck again, higher this time. The throat. A tentacle wrapped around All for One's neck and lifted him off the ground, his feet leaving the pavement, his body suspended in the rain by a scaled blood-red appendage that pulsed with the biological rhythm of something that was very, very hungry. All for One fired every remaining quirk he had. The output was devastating, the combined force of hundreds of abilities firing simultaneously, directed at the tentacle holding his throat, trying to burn it, freeze it, disintegrate it, reverse it, anything to make it let go. The tentacle held. It charred and rebuilt. It froze and thawed. It cracked and sealed. Every quirk in All for One's arsenal hit the kagune's surface and was met with a regeneration response that had been built layer by layer over 2 years of consumed quirk factors and a body that had learned from Muscular's torture room that the only unacceptable outcome was stopping. Something shifted inside Izuku. The Kakuja came. Complete. Stable. The form he had been building toward since the first incomplete transformation in the Hasaikai compound. It began in his spine, a spreading heat that radiated outward through his torso and up into his skull. The 6 kagune limbs thickened. The centipede appendages doubled in length. Bone-white plating erupted from his shoulders and spread across his chest and up his neck. The growth rapid and organic, the keratin-like surface smooth and hard and marked, with veined red patterns that pulsed with biological light. The mask formed over his face. White bone emerging from beneath the skin of his forehead and cheeks and jaw, assembling itself feature by feature. The plague doctor beak, elongated, ridged, smooth, extended from the lower face. The eye sockets blazed red through the bone. The mask completed itself in 8 seconds, and when it was done, the thing standing in the rain, holding All for One by the throat, was something the world had no reference for. Izuku's voice came through the mask in 2 layers. The human voice and the deeper one, overlapping, the combined sound vibrating at a frequency that made the rain around him drift sideways, and the windows in the surviving buildings rattle in their frames. 972. All for One hung in the grip of the Kakuja. His stolen quirks were depleted, hundreds of abilities burned through in a single fight, their reserves emptied against a regeneration that could not be outlasted. His body was damaged, his barrier quirks were exhausted, his offensive capabilities were drained. For the first time in centuries, All for One was being held by something stronger than him. You took too much. 4 words, spoken through bone, landing in the space between 2 breaths with the weight of a verdict that had been centuries in the making. Centuries of stolen quirks, centuries of broken families, centuries of a man who treated human beings as inventories and called the taking a philosophy. The Kakuja struck. All 6 limbs drove into All for One simultaneously. The piercing damage was total. The ancient villain's body, rebuilt and rebuilt and rebuilt over lifetimes, seized under the combined assault of tentacles that hit from every angle at once, and the biological systems that had kept him alive for centuries began for the first time to fail. His regeneration tried to activate. The kagune was faster. It consumed from the wound sites, the biomass absorbing quirk factors directly from the puncture points, draining the stolen abilities from All for One's body the way water drains through cracked stone. All for One felt it happening. His stolen quirks, the collection he had spent centuries assembling, the foundation of everything he was, were being taken from him, consumed, absorbed into a biological system that processed them faster than he could regenerate them and added them to itself with the indifferent efficiency of something that treated the most powerful quirk collection in human history as fuel. "You can't," All for One said. The voice was stripped of warmth, of courtesy, of everything except the raw disbelief of an ancient thing that has just learned it is mortal. "I am done." The kagune consumed. The process took 45 seconds. Each stolen quirk drained from All for One's body through the contact points, flowing through the tentacles and into Izuku's spine and into the Kakuja's biological core. The ancient villain's body diminished. The regeneration failing, the stolen abilities vanishing one by one, the centuries-old organism collapsing in real time as everything that had kept it alive and kept it powerful was eaten by a boy who had been 14 and quirkless and dying in a drainage tunnel 3 years ago. All for One's body went still, the last quirk drained. The sensory apparatus on his face went lifeless. His form, centuries old, rebuilt countless times, the vessel for the most feared power in human history, ceased. The rain fell on something that was no longer a threat. Izuku lowered the body to the ground. His kagune withdrew. The Kakuja's mask began to crack, white bone fragmenting, falling from his face in pieces that hissed when they hit the wet pavement. His features emerged beneath the breaking mask. White hair plastered to his forehead, one red eye fading, one green eye open. Tired. Young. He stood in the rain in the center of a street that no longer resembled a street. The pavement was cratered. The buildings on both sides had lost walls. The air smelled like burned ozone and rain and something ancient that was leaving the world for the first time. The team converged. Kaname lowered himself from his position and sat on a chunk of rubble and looked at the sky. His back hurt. His quirk was depleted. His face carried the expression of a man who had just witnessed something that redefined his understanding of what was possible and was choosing to process it later because there was rubble to sit on and the sky was the sky, and some things could wait. Tabita and La Brava walked from the north end of the block. Tabita's hat was missing. His coat was soaked. La Brava was beside him, her hand on his arm, her face streaked with rain and tears that she had been shedding since the fight's midpoint and had never bothered to wipe. She had documented everything, encrypted, stored in 7 locations. Because the world would try to erase this, Kaina descended from the rooftop. Her rifle retracted into her arm. She walked across the broken pavement, stepping over debris, stepping around puddles that reflected the distant city lights, and she stopped beside Izuku. She said nothing. Her shoulder found his. Her hand found his hand. They stood in the rain together. Then the coffee shop's front door opened. Eri ran out, bare feet on wet pavement, coat flapping. White hair streaming behind her. She crossed the distance between the door and Izuku at a sprint, and her arms wrapped around his legs with a force that would have buckled his knees if the Kakuja's residual strength hadn't been holding them steady. He looked down at her. His face was wet, rain and something else. His Kakugan was off. His eyes were green. He was a boy standing in the wreckage of a fight that had ended a very long sentence, and a girl was holding onto his legs, and the feeling of it, her arms, her weight, her decision to run toward him instead of away, was the most important thing that had ever happened. The Kakuja's remaining bone plating crumbled from his shoulders. White fragments fell around them like snow. Kaname sat on his rubble and watched the sky. The rain was easing. The clouds were thinning at the edges, and behind them, the stars were visible, faint through the haze but present, still burning. Kaina's hand tightened on Izuku's. He tightened back. The street was in ruins. The coffee shop was standing. The team was alive. This was the end of All for One. It landed the way a period lands at the end of a very long sentence. Small, absolute, and carrying the full weight of everything that came before it. The world recalibrated over the following weeks in the way that worlds do when the thing they built their fears around is gone. The hero system, fractured by Shigaraki's war, bankrupted by the Commission's dissolution, hemorrhaging personnel and public trust, staggered through its reconstruction with the stunned focus of an institution that had survived its own autopsy. Hero agencies reopened, licenses were reissued, the provisional oversight body that replaced the Commission, a civilian-led board with oversight powers but none of the Commission's operational authority, established itself in the Commission's former building and began the work of pretending it could manage what the Commission had never managed. Izuku Midoriya's name entered the public record for the first time. The information came from a dozen sources simultaneously. Leaked intelligence, survivor testimonies, the Liberation Front's intercepted communiques, and a single high-resolution photograph taken by a security camera 3 blocks from the coffee shop on the night All for One fell. The photograph showed a boy in a torn shirt standing in the rain with white hair and a fading red eye, and a child gripping his legs. It was on every news network within the hour. The provisional board sent an envoy. A single representative, a woman named Tsuda, middle-aged, with careful eyes and the measured voice of someone who had been given talking points and was trying to mean them. She came to the coffee shop at 2 p.m. on a Wednesday. Tobita served her coffee. She sat across from Izuku at the counter and laid out the offer with the formality of someone presenting terms to a foreign government. Conditional amnesty for all members of the coffee shop's team, official designation as an independent sovereign entity operating within but parallel to the hero system, formal recognition of the One-Eyed King as a neutral force with territorial authority over the gray zone and its surrounding districts. Izuku listened. He drank his coffee. He let her finish. "You want to put a label on something so you can file it," he said. Suda's careful eyes held his. "We want to acknowledge what exists and establish a framework that prevents conflict. The framework is already established. I stay here. I protect what's mine. You stay over there. You protect what's yours. If those two things overlap, we talk. If they don't, we don't. The board requires a formal response. They just received one." Tsuda looked at him. She looked at the coffee shop, the repaired walls, the steam from the machine, the sounds of Eri laughing somewhere in the back room while Tobita told her a story involving what sounded like a pirate and a rubber duck. She looked at the woman beside Izuku. Kaina, gold-eyed, lethal, sitting with the ease of someone who belonged exactly where she was. Tsuda stood. She buttoned her coat. "I'll relay your position. Thank you for the visit." She left. The board received her report. They filed Izuku Midoriya under a new designation that had never existed before. Category 3, recognized independent. Status, sovereign. Threat level, nene. Engagement protocol, none. Standing directive, do not contact unless contact. The file was thin. It would stay thin. That was the point. Izuku went back inside the coffee shop. He poured 2 cups of coffee. He set one on the table across from the empty seat. The one at the end of the counter that nobody sat in, the one he kept open without ever saying why, the one that faced the door. The seat stayed empty. He left the coffee there. It cooled. The team gathered for the last time that mattered. It was a morning. An ordinary one. The kind of morning that earns its significance through what it holds, rather than what happens in it. They were all at the table. Eri was in the center. Sitting on her stool, eating omaris with ketchup and a smiley face on top, her white hair longer now, her eyes bright. She was laughing at something La Brava had said. Something about a pigeon that had gotten into the coffee shop's ventilation system, and La Brava's increasingly elaborate attempts to remove it, using only a laptop and a broom. Kaname was in his chair. His coffee was in his hand. He had refilled everyone else's cup before sitting down, the way he always did, without being asked, because the gesture was a language he spoke, and the people at this table understood it. Tobita sat with La Brava's hand on his shoulder. He was telling Eri the end of the pirate story. The rubber duck had been the true treasure all along. naturally, and his voice carried the particular warmth of a man who had spent decades performing for an audience that didn't exist and had finally found one that did. La Brava's other hand was beneath the table, resting on the encrypted drive in her jacket pocket. Everything documented, everything preserved, 7 locations. She trusted the world to try to erase what they had built. She trusted herself to make erasure impossible. Moroku sat in the corner, half visible in a shadow. His presence felt more than seen. Hitomi sat beside the window, reading the room's intentions with her quirk and finding nothing in any of them, except variants of the same feeling, repeated in 7 different emotional registers. I am where I belong. Kaina sat next to Izuku. Close. The distance between them had been for months, and the transition had been so unremarkable and so earned that nobody in the room could have identified when it changed. She drank her coffee. She leaned an inch to the left, and her arm pressed against his, and the contact was the contact of 2 people who had been together long enough that touching was a reflex rather than a choice. Izuku stood in the doorway between the kitchen and the front room. He watched them, all of them, the table, the food, the light through the windows, the sound of Eri's laugh bouncing off the walls he had repaired. His kakugan was off. Both eyes were green. He was the version of himself that lived in the coffee shop. The version that cooked breakfast and refilled cups and checked the roof when it rained and sat on the front step in the morning and watched the city wake up. This version existed alongside the other one, the one with the red eye and the kagune and the hunger. And neither canceled the other. And the 2 of them shared the same body, the way a house shares its space with the people living in it. He raised his right hand, pressed his thumb to the knuckle of his index finger, cracked it, a sound that had meant the beginning of violence in every context the world had ever heard it. Eri looked up from her Maurice. She rolled her eyes at him. You always do that. He looked at her. His eyes stayed green. His face did the thing it did when she caught him, the small collapse at the edges of his expression, the hairline fracture in the wall he kept between himself and the softer things, the place where the boy who used to like heroes peeked through the surface of the one-eyed king. Yeah, he said. I do. She shook her head. She went back to her Maurice. The table laughed. Kaname refilled someone's cup. The morning stayed where it was. It held everything. 5 years later, the coffee shop still stood on the corner of a block that used to have dead streetlights and now had working ones. The city had rebuilt around it the way rivers build around stones, flowing past, incorporating, accepting the thing that refused to move. The sign above the door still read Ri. Izuku had never found out what the original name was, and he had stopped trying. Ari was enough. The 2 letters and the colon suggested something ongoing. A reply, a continuation, a response to something that came before. He stood in the doorway of the coffee shop on a morning in early May. He was 22 years old. His white hair was longer than it had been, tied back loosely, a few strands falling across his forehead. His face had filled out, the gauntness of his years in the underground replaced by something that looked, from a distance, like an ordinary young man who spent his mornings making coffee. His right hand held a coffee cup. His left hand held his daughter's hand. She was 3. Her name was Hana. She had Kaina's gold eyes and Izuku's stubbornness, and she had inherited neither of their quirks, at least so far, and she did not care at all. She was pulling his hand toward the street because a cat had appeared on the sidewalk, and she wanted to touch it. The cat was having none of it. Inside the coffee shop, the morning was happening. Kaina was at the counter. Her hair was shorter now, cut above her shoulders, a decision she had made after their son was born because long hair and a baby who grabbed everything within reach were incompatible. She was sharpening a folding knife on a whetstone. The knife was already sharp. It was always already sharp. The sharpening was a habit, the way Izuku's finger crack was a habit, a rhythm the body keeps because the body remembers what the mind has moved past. Their son was 11 months old. His name was Kenji. He was in a high chair beside the counter, eating mashed sweet potato with his hands and getting more of it on his face than in his mouth. His right eye was green. His left eye turned red when something startled him. The kakugan manifesting involuntarily, the black flooding the sclera for half a second before fading. When this happened in public, Kaina and Izuku handled it with the composed competence of parents who had anticipated this and prepared for it. When this happened at home, they discussed it after Kenji was asleep. The implications, the monitoring, the long-term questions, with the seriousness it deserved and the love it required. Kaname was in his chair. He was 63. His hair was fully gray and his back had gotten worse, and he drank his coffee black and strong. And he had an opinion about everything and voiced it at exactly the volume he felt was appropriate, which was always slightly louder than everyone else's preference. Eri was 17. She stood in the kitchen doorway behind the counter, pouring herself juice, her white hair pulled into a braid that fell past her shoulder blades. She was tall now, taller than Izuku by an inch, a fact she mentioned at least twice a week and would continue mentioning for the foreseeable future. She had enrolled in a civilian school in the registered district the previous year. She had friends. She had a laugh that filled rooms. She had a quirk that she had learned to use. Carefully, with guidance, with the kind of patient practice that came from a girl who understood what her power could do and chose to treat it with respect rather than fear. She still called Kaname old man. He still let her sit on his shoulders when she asked, and she was much too tall for it now, and they both knew it. And the awkward visual of a 17-year-old girl perched on the shoulders of a 63-year-old man with a bad back was something the entire team had witnessed and agreed was the funniest thing that happened on a regular basis. Tobita was in the kitchen. He was making breakfast. His skill had evolved over 5 years from competent to exceptional. The omuris was perfect. The miso was flawless, and the tamagoyaki he made for Hana was a small work of art that the 3-year-old destroyed with her hands before eating with the joy of someone who had never been told that food was a privilege. La Brava sat beside the window with her laptop open. Her archives were current. Every event, every mission, every meal at the hollow table, documented and encrypted and stored in 7 locations. The world had tried to erase what they had built. The world had failed. She trusted it to try again, and she trusted herself to keep failing it. Miroku ran the coffee shop's logistics, supply lines, vendor relationships, the mundane infrastructure of a legitimate business that also served as the operational center of the most powerful independent force in Japan. He did this from the shadows. He preferred it there. Hitomi sat at the counter reading a newspaper. She read the intention behind the headlines the way others read the words, and the commentary she offered, deadpan, devastating, delivered over the top of the paper without looking up, was the team's primary source of entertainment during morning hours. The coffee shop was open. Customers came. Regular ones. People from the neighborhood who had learned that the coffee was strong and the food was better, and the owner was a young man with white hair who poured cups himself and remembered your name after the first visit. They knew who he was. Everyone knew. The photograph from the night All for One fell had become iconic. Reprinted, referenced, discussed in academic papers and internet forums, and the kind of breathless, speculative journalism that treated the One-Eyed King as a subject that could be understood through sufficient analysis. He could not be understood through analysis. He could be understood through the coffee shop, through the tables he had repaired, through the girl he had carried out of a compound, through the family he had assembled from the discards of a system that valued compliance over compassion. The customers came. They drank their coffee. They left. The coffee shop stayed. Izuku stood in the doorway with the morning light cutting between the buildings and the city spreading past the cracked pavement of their street. His daughter pulled his hand. The cat on the sidewalk was washing its face with one paw. The smell of coffee and burned rice. Tobita had slightly overdone the third batch, mixed with the smell of rain from the previous night that had pooled in the gutters and was evaporating in the sun. He raised his right hand, pressed his thumb to the knuckle of his index finger. Crack. Eri, passing through the doorway behind him with her juice, flicked him on the shoulder. "Do you have to do that?" He looked at her. She was taller than him. She was 17. She was healthy. She laughed every single day. She was the girl he had carried out of a compound 3 years after a drainage tunnel took his old life, and she was standing in the doorway of the home he had built around her, and the morning light was in her hair, and the look on her face was the look of someone who is so completely safe that she can afford to be annoyed by a small habit. His daughter pulled his hand. The city smelled like morning and burned coffee and rain from last night that had not fully dried. "Yeah," he said. "I do."
The hero roster. A massive salute to the legends backing this journey. Your support is what keeps the momentum at an all-time high and the dream moving forward. You guys are the absolute best. Pro heroes. The elite front line, stepping up and setting the pace for the whole community. DA, Fire 05. Symbol of peace. The pillars of the community. The titans who keep our foundation solid and the hype at an all-time high. Alex Morgan, Ray Various, Blaze, that other guy too, Chad Reynolds, Zachariah Allison, Tamaki 68 Rimuru, Kelvin Bowman, Mr. Panda, Azatros, Dweller of the Deepest Depths, Damian Leon, Jacob Rops, Christian Mullins, Bully Maguire Shadow, Neostar Productions, Asail Cardenas, Shaquan Simmons, Thunder, Sunwind 631, Elijah Saunders, Peter Hamilton, Freddie Rose, Omega, Akuma no Akami, Chris Talley, Remorsefuls, Black Vein, Joshua Hedrington, Aaron Abercrombie, Drift SK8er, Corey Tokars, Quan Yen Thompson, Yon, Devin Black, Crow, Dasher Games, Joe Bruce, Ray Von Crimson River, Dante Allister, Adam Yonkers, Blood Saints, Donna Cafe, Zeph, KC, Howie 60, Ignacio.
Hope of the universe, the ultimate guardians, celestial tier supporters whose impact literally shines across the galaxy. Noroi Uzumaki Uchiha, Keishan, Coldbane 4, The Maniac 563, Sean Brooks, Debs, LS Morningstar, Marl, Spintown, I Shoot X50, Greg Green, James, Quanyen Thompson, Juan, and Zeno KJ.
If you made it this far, you already know. This wasn't just a story. This was a tragedy wrapped in carnage and somehow still hit different. Drop a comment, hit subscribe, because part 2, it only gets worse for everyone who isn't him. See you there.